Wait up! Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
This is the best Halloween ever! Nothing could spoil this. Uh-oh, meteor.
I'm sorry, what? I don't speak Gollum. Does anyone here
Now this is the best Halloween ever. Yes. Oh!
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
これはすごいですね。
直接拔掉了，拿下国卡。想到一个游侠的位置很完美，还有吗？
まずはタロンが一本選手。
居然给手动起来了这个 tower。
Chaos Fury were able to come back from it.
Great response。
파브가 결승에 진출합니다.
绝球一砸带走。
나게로도 이거 역전. 아하.
送给五冠王朝 Nova 战队。
そして3発。
Hey guys, welcome back to Clash Royale League East week number 2, day number 2. My name's G Club. With me is Simon, just getting ready and hyped about the matches today because it's the second day after the patch and first day yesterday. We had some crazy explosive matches with unexpected results. Will that sort of repeat tonight, or is it just going to be the better team wins and the disappointing teams just keep on?
The better teams won yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about. Every time the better team was winning.
That's correct, though. You're not wrong.
I got called bias because of the way I act when Kicks wins. Yeah, I really like Kicks. They're one of the most approachable teams.
Yeah, winner stays.
Yeah, they're my number one team. They're gonna win everything. No, in all seriousness, yesterday we saw some crazy results. We saw Little Chen getting sent to the Shadow Realm by Ice Law, and just everything else about that set itself. If you haven't watched it yet, go and watch Nova versus Kicks. It was incredible.
Yeah, that's the reason why Nova Esports has that one loss. Still, still in the top 4 with Kicks, so it's still really great. And WDGM versus TTG that happened yesterday. If you missed that, go check it out again. We have other teams, so a few teams actually not playing as much because we're gonna have Ponos and Bob will be playing today. At the end, by the end, it should all round up to the same matches. Every team playing 7 matches, but right now, because we're playing only 3 at a time, might not round up perfectly, but you get all the matches that you want, at least once.
At least once. And today's matches, we're gonna have Talon against Kicks, Ponos versus Fav, and then Nova Esports taking on Team Timing. I'm excited to get into Talon versus Kicks because another win would kind of catapult Kicks up there again. Talon desperately need a win.
Yes, Talon right now. I only see that L. Yeah, that big L for losses. But Kicks, I think they got a big momentum boost from yesterday's win. A huge boost. So it will be a great match if they take another one, but I'm really waiting for the second match, who did not get to play yesterday with the new patch. Ponos and Bob, they always, as a Japanese region, they bring something. They bring lots of barrels, and still, barrels are being played, not too many times, but still, it is out there within the top few hundred players, and on top of Grand Challenge also. And even with the mix of Skeleton Barrel here and out. So I'm excited if they're actually going to try the barrel strategy, having lots of spell bait. We've seen that deck with Miner, Skeleton Barrel, Wall Breaker, everything that you get to get those logs, bar barrels, and everything out there. So I think today maybe we'll see a couple arrows because we're having so many small troops here in and out.
Yeah, very, very possible. That last match as well, because we talked about the other two. We better talk about the last one. Nova versus Team Timing. Nova have to show up considerably better today, and Little Chen needs to have his head in the game. That's super important. They have only 4 people in the roster. I would say 3 of them are nearly always going to get picked. It's going to be very rare that you have.
Yeah, most of the time.
Aurora is the last
Aurora,
player?
yeah.
It's going to be very rare we get to see her play. So I think Little Chen needs to get back on his feet almost immediately. And that's a problem when you have a small roster. You can't give him a break and bring someone else in.
But I think that's because they actually field that much confidence in their roster. They're big names. They're good. They've been playing for years and years. They've been on stage, world-class stage for many of those players. So I think they have the confidence. They should have no problem coming back within a day. So we do have the hot, trendy cards.
Poison
And
getting
spell
up
first.
there. Poison getting up there with 34.4% pick rate. These are only the spells, as you can see.
Yeah.
And
Why is
Barb
Earthquake not here?
I feel like Barbarian Barrel is in absolutely every deck. So I write down every deck we see after the cast, right? I
Yes.
swear I wrote down Barb Barrel about 800 times. I think Barb Barrel is more popular than Poison. That's what it feels like to me.
Yes, I think this is mostly from last week, maybe not including yesterday, because yesterday we had the win rate, which was about the same, but just a little bit different.
Yeah, Baby Dragon is in every deck as well as Minor. Mini P.E.K.K.A, we didn't see as much Mini P.E.K.K.A yesterday. I think that might be...
Yeah,
because-
compared to last week,
Yeah,
you're true.
I think that might be because, you know, we now have a Skeleton Barrel that's good. We have the
Uh-huh.
Goblin Hut that's really good.
So
And
yeah,
I think
mhm.
that's why we're not going to see many Mini P.E.K.K.As, because it's a lot slower. You need something a lot quicker to be able to handle those cards.
Yeah, that's why I sort of mentioned yesterday about the big words about the Valkyrie maybe coming back. Along with that, if you follow the line, I think that's also the reason why we got to see a few Hog Rider decks. Maybe coming back because you expect the Royal Hogs, you built lots of decks against the Royal Hog. That's why we were able to see lots of Mega Knight last week and only a few yesterday. It actually didn't become a Mega Knight versus Mini P.E.K.K.A. So that's the entire story. Which one do you bring? Do you bring the old one, which doesn't really have too many counters still, but if you bring the same, if you only have 2 spells with the Bomb Tower, sometimes that's okay. But right now, the solution seems to be 3-spell, triple spell plus the Bomb Tower. That usually gives you good enough defense against all those small skeletons.
Yeah, we've also seen Giant Skeleton get a big... I don't want to say big boost because he was only played once or twice yesterday, but that card deals with the Elixir Golem pushes that we see so far this tournament, where it's the Baby Dragon, the Electro Dragon, and the Battle Healer. It deals with that so well because when it dies, it takes everything out.
Yeah, only once yesterday, but instead of the bomb tower, Giant Skeleton, you can place it better. You can sort of expect what to happen because it's moving. Not like the bomb tower, when you have to actually, as a building, when you're dragging like the Hog Riders and those hogs that actually attracts the buildings, that's another story. But when you're dealing with air units, I think Giant Skeleton actually is the better pick. When you're talking about the damage, it's quite explosive too. So we had one game with Giant Skeleton and I believe with RG together in that deck.
Yeah. As you can see on the board right now, Talon 0 and 2, 50% King of the Hill rate against Kicks, who are 1 win and 1 loss, 50%, and they also have 50% in Triple Draft. Triple Draft yesterday was, I would say, considerably better than week 1, and I'm hoping this trend continues and we keep getting better and better Triple Draft games.
Sometimes it's hard. Like, you and I play Triple Draft all the time, and sometimes it's really hard when you just do not get the perfect spells, when the spells come out at the beginning or like all the way at the end. I'm talking about sometimes both, or at least one, especially the big spell, because it matters a lot when you're building a deck. So those key cards and those spell cards, sometimes it's really hard to build your deck in that way. We do see the key players. Oh, Line certainly deserves one from Talon, and Legend from Kicks.
So if you don't know, solo win rate is your win rate between 1v1, King of the
only.
Hill. Yeah, 1v1 and King of the Hill, not Triple Draft.
Yes.
So we see Talon, Blizzard, One Crown, Hole, and Line. And then we see Kicks, Benzaridel, JTV, Legend, Onion, and Icelor. The only player on this team not to make an appearance so far this season is JTV. Will we get to see him today?
I think regular season, and right now because we just hit a new patch, it's good to cycle lots of different players and how they feel on stage and how they actually fit in the meta. Because after the regular season, it's going to be all best of 5, where you might be forcing your entire team to go out as a roster. But in a best of 3, I think it's good to just stay within, to keep the data within yourself.
Okay, so that graphic there showed the key player as Hull and Legend. Would you say that's true? For me, it's the guys up now. It's Line and Benzeridel. Those are the key players for these teams. Legend, not so much. Onion has been very important for Kings. He seems to be able to just win one, lose one in King of the Hill, and that's what you need to start off. But we're gonna start off with Blizzard for Talon and Benzeridel for Kicks Gaming in red at the top. What are we gonna see this time, G-Clef?
I think Blizzard, very likely again. The Skeleton Barrel with Miner. Big cycling. Yeah, we see the Goblin Gang. Yes, it seems big. Oh, super likely. Sort of, it's actually what Benzer also played last night.
I think we just saw a video on one of the YouTube channels. I think it was Clash with Ash with Blizzard playing Skeleton Barrel, and it is ridiculous. The guy is really good with Skeleton Barrel. He's been playing it since before it was good.
That knockback into that Princess Tower range. Good snowball.
Yep, see the bats come down, and another Goblin Gang coming out here just to distract the Mini P.E.K.K.A, the card that we didn't see much of yesterday. It seems to be a good choice for Benzer. Is he going to be able to get that to the tower? We'll have to find out relatively soon. Skeleton Barrel comes down. Is going to get quite a few hits, and a defensive Miner play for Blizzard. That doesn't look intentional, right?
Which one, Miner?
The Miner play.
Yeah,
right
he was
behind
trying to.
the
Yeah,
tower.
he was trying to time it for the Dark Prince 100%. Yes, because he already got some damage with the skeletons. Inferno to buy some time for Blizzard, and against the Sparky, so we're waiting for that big body in front.
Probably Mega Knight?
Not this, yeah.
You want to say Mega Knight, right?
No, not this time because Benzer. I think it's just the old golem that we see.
Cool. Good Goblin Gang there. Okay. So Blizzard with the Inferno Dragon with that Skeleton Barrel. The Skeleton Barrel is going to reach the tower. Oh, I thought it might have just killed the Musketeer, but it doesn't. But those skeletons have got so much work done for Blizzard here.
And it actually spread it around, attached the tower before it got to the Dark Prince. So just a tad late for Benzer, allowed so much more damage from the skeletons. And another death damage going into tower. Now this one is gone. Benzer is just trying to set up for one big attack. And with this quick of a cycle from Blizzard, it's really hard to just respond in a single side.
Yeah. Oh, Benzeridel choosing to go with the Goblin Giant down that left-hand side. There is the Mega Knight from Blizzard, blocking everything up. The good snowball, too, to get rid of those minions. But that Goblin Giant is on the tower. It's getting some work done. The Earthquake comes down to just try and slow everything down, but it doesn't look like Benzer is going to be able to do this. And it looks like this will be game over. And Blizzard looks like he's going to take game one. Just to make it official, there we go. Blizzard taking down Benzeridel this early on in the King of the Hill. Blizzard is incredibly good with the Mega Knight Skelly Barrel deck.
He has been playing this exact deck before patch, and he was okay. Now, after the patch with the Skeleton Barrel, even better. I was sort of thinking, in a way, there are also some motorcycles with the Rascals instead of the Goblin Gang, so there are lots of potential. There were lots of potential options before that Inferno Dragon picked in. After that, Benzer knew 100%, even before that he knew nearly 90% that it's going to be a Mega Knight push. But with that Sparky setup, it had to be really slow. Even against the Skeletons, it takes time to charge up.
Yeah, and that snowball proved really important there from Blizzard, making sure that everything was pushed to the sides and just letting that Skeleton Barrel go to town on those towers. Benzeridel's deck is a very standard Goblin Giant Sparky deck. Is it as effective now with the cards that we see?
Yeah, with the EQ, I think he expected another minor cycle with the bomb tower. Didn't really fall into his mind tricks there, so Blizzard just took that advantage with the small troops. Just went forth and said, okay, if you're going to set up one big wave of attacks, I'll just keep on sending my small troops and do a couple of hundred damage all the time. And over time, I'll just win. You will never have one good push on your own. Because he was the one controlling the entire game.
All right, so we are going to see Legend taking over from Benzer Riddell here. Big shoes to step in. He's not had the best of seasons so far as Legend.
Yeah, but Legend in history, and if I remember correctly, has been using a whole lot of RG at the beginning of last year. Was also the person who has been switching in Mini P.E.K.K.A from time to time. And what we had last week, I think, really fit Legend's style in play with lots of Royal Hog and Cycle, attacking into both. And also Three Musketeer in a way. Legend has been playing it really well. But in this meta right now with the Skeleton Barrel and against Blizzard, I think it really fits him okay. But the fact that Blizzard has been just playing superb games on stage will actually make it really challenging. Yeah, for Legend to come back. I think it's about time for Kicks to step up because Benzer just lost with a huge loss in Game 1. Blizzard has been putting out some incredible games on stage.
Yeah, he has lost both his games, actually. He lost to Peas, but that's nothing. Everyone loses to Peas. And he lost to Solomon again. Everyone loses to Solomon. So, yes, he hasn't had the greatest start, but he is still a very key player for this team. He is incredibly good. And last week, he was on board this Three Musketeer train that we saw come into town. And Three Musketeers,
which is not so bad on the top of the ladder, but in competitive, no, not at all. At the pro edge of the tip level, it's maybe not too much with this many spells.
It's too heavy. Yeah, it's too heavy with this many spells, and the cycles are too quick, I think, for 3M to keep up.
Yeah, that's sort of correct, but I think you have to really go up against a heavy matchup like the Golem. Even against the E-Golem, it's oftentimes okay when you're splitting and when you can take care of all the dragons in the air. But once you really get caught by any of those Fireball, even Earthquake hurts them a lot before they split out.
Also, you have the Electro Dragon in an E-Golem deck, which does nullify them if they are grouped together. If you play it in the middle of the bridge to try and catch them while they're splitting, they're not going to get much done because they're going to be mini-stunned the whole time.
We'll see what happens with Legend now. Stepping in the King of the Hill for Kicks.
We see Wall Breakers from Blizzard. First card out. Does get one connection. I don't know if Legend was expecting that to get a hit, but he should have known that one Goblin and a Tower is not enough to finish it off. Bats there to destruct the Dark Goblin.
Wants to keep that Princess alive. So even spend those bats.
Yeah, and also baited out the log onto the left-hand side with that Skeleton Barrel. So good play so far from Blizzard. And Legend is just trying to feel out his opponent right now, but he's in pretty bad shape already.
With the Valkyrie, it won't be as bad. With the Skeleton Barrel, we've seen this deck a couple of times yesterday. Mega spell bait with the Princess. The Wall Breaker Rascals, sometimes with the Miner, sometimes without the Miner. This type with the EQ, Legend really has a big chance.
Doesn't decide to EQ the Bomb Tower this time, just, again, feeling out the match, trying to find that ebb and flow is Legend, trying to get the right cycle down, trying to just make sure that he's not wasting Elixir. Using that Earthquake there, I think, would have been a huge waste.
Yeah, just trying to get his worth. Either the Dark Goblin or the EQ, because the Dark Goblin does outrange lots of buildings.
Oh, and a Bomb Tower from Legend is going to help deal with that really quickly under the tower. And that left-hand side is very well protected, so Blizzard decides to go down the right. The Valkyrie is there. Is she going to be able to get that? Oh!
Yeah, the first spin only caught one of the Wall Breakers.
Log has been spent, so this Hog Rider pushing that Valkyrie up into the Bomb Tower, so it dies very quickly, but the Hog is only going to get 1-2 hits, even with the Princess in the back. So 1540 remaining on Blizzard's bottom right tower, and a Log takes care of that Princess very early. We do see the Dark Goblin there, and a Valkyrie again. The Valkyrie proving to be a very wise choice from Legend here.
Yeah, Blizzard, he just needs to do more damage. There's no way of defending either side's attack perfectly for both players. So it's about how effectively you actually do your own damage when you have the chance.
Look at that Valkyrie from Legend on that bottom left-hand tower, taking it all the way from full to 1429. So excellent value on that Valkyrie.
Yeah, great pull. Expected that Earthquake, and then Legend was patient enough to actually wait for that position. Nicely done from both.
Yeah, gets another hit, and that is a great log. A lot of value there, getting both princesses. And a miner coming up the back. Bats there to answer the call. The bomb tower, though, did lock onto the miner. So now he's loading up with a Valkyrie in front, Bats behind. The Hog Rider is going to once again push that Valkyrie up there, and look how quickly the bomb tower goes down. No hits this time, though.
But this time, no, without the EQ. So Legend wants to save some more elixir for upcoming attack like the wall breakers. And with that Dark Goblin,
Blizzard got a lot of damage.
Target.
Blizzard got a ton of damage on that top right tower. 706 remaining. There's the Earthquake. Hog doesn't get a hit, and I believe the log just keeping it at range. So Legend loads up with a Valkyrie against these rascals.
Okay, about 1 minute left. Dark Goblin is the key for Legend, the position and the timing, how well he affects. You actually go into that bomb tower range, and Blizzard putting it all the way up front.
Yeah, great bomb tower positioning, causing the Hog Rider to take the long way around. And yeah, perfectly counted. This Skeleton Barrel is going to get logged out. You see nothing getting done. There's the wall breakers again. There is a miner in the back. One of these skeletons was so close to connecting, but look at that wasted log going down from Legend. It's all starting to fall apart. And Blizzard now has a huge advantage coming into the last 30 seconds.
With the skeletons attaching the final blow, Blizzard is going to get that crown and take another victory away from Kix.
Is it gonna be an all kill, or is Kix gonna send out Ice Law to do what he did yesterday?
I think Ice Law is a really good fit. Also, Onion can totally come in and turn things around, but Blizzard is his mind games even against all those defensive troops, which I think Legend had an okay time. It wasn't terrible because he had the Valkyrie, he had the Hog, but it was really hard for him to actually keep everything alive when there was an EQ. The main problem came when the Dark Goblin started attacking onto the same side, which gave a lot more value from the log of Blizzard, getting the Hog Rider Valkyrie and the Dark Goblin together with a single log from time to time. So that was really painful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Legend was behind, pulled himself ahead, and then Blizzard just outplayed him. Like, he decided to fix his own cycle. He managed just to hold everything down and take the victory. Both players playing exactly 57 cards with the same elixir cost. Both decks averaging that 3 elixir. So very quick cycles from both players. Talon Blizzard taking out another game. So is going to be in game 3, which is set point for Talon. Oh, and it is Ice Law coming in for Legend. What are we going to see from Ice Law this time?
For Kix, yes. You know, if I have to guess what Ice Law is going to play, I would buy some tickets. I think that might actually have a better chance of winning than guessing what Ice Law is going to play. 100%, because yesterday he has been proving himself on stage really well against all the members from Nova. But today and Blizzard, the mind game has been superb, and he has been saving those, and how he uses those spell in an offensive way. He was sort of predicting when the Hog was going to come, and Legend always fell into the right position because it was somewhat predictable. Of course, there were some earthquakes, some no earthquakes, but when you have that Valkyrie going towards the bridge, okay, you kind of know that, okay, this is the timing for Hog cycle, and it always went to the right bottom, which didn't really happen on the left. I think there was some chances, like when Valkyrie got the free swing on the left.
Yeah.
Then Legend could have switched side to the left side all of a sudden and maybe catch him off guard. There were some chances.
But then I think his defense would have been much harder to defend his own top right tower, right? So if he tries to switch onto that left-hand side, it is still only a Hog Rider. You don't, because it had so much HP, you don't need to commit too much elixir on that left-hand side to deal with it. So you just push down the other side and overwhelm the defenses. Of course,
by that time
Legend
it was already
going down
over.
left.
But I'm talking about when they're like maybe like less than a minute into overtime. I think there were some chances for Legend to change it because instead Blizzard was changing left and right, maybe about 10 times using those wall breakers, just making sure the Valkyrie can't really stay. Where the Valkyrie drops against the wall breakers, the skeleton barrel goes on to the other side when the Valkyrie is supposed to take care of those skeletons. So, and then Legend has to use the log because of that. So everything just fell apart. And those were the mind games that Blizzard was trying to do. And at this rate, it's going to be really hard even for Ice Law to get him down from the stage. Let's see what he brings though.
Yeah, I mean, Ice-Law will have to take down Blizzard first. And then there are just so many other good players on this Talon side. You'd have Line, Hull, One Crown. There's just too many people there who they all play very, very differently. So it's going to be hard for Ice-Law to find a way. But if anyone can do it, it is the Frenchman.
Who used the E-Golem deck and also E-Golem E-Dragon and a Ice Balloon with the Lumberjack yesterday.
So good decks can play pretty much anything, can Ice-Law. We see Blizzard once again going that minor Skeleton Balloon Goblin Gang deck. And these wall breakers might actually get through to the tower. They will. 2 hits right there. Blizzard taking 2 wall breakers to the face.
Yeah, this time he will because of that Inferno. Next time, that big body's going to drop on top of wall breakers, but he just wants to spend it. He doesn't want to just let this Inferno go. Does have Snowball.
And with the Mega Knight tanking up front, this Inferno Dragon might actually get to the tower, and that would be bad news. Bears does get taken down, and the Miner helps block out that Mega Knight. But as you see, he loads up on that right-hand side with the Skeleton Balloon. What is going to be there to take it out? There is a log. Okay, one of the things we have to watch out for from Blizzard with this deck is he will go Inferno Dragon Mega Knight down one side, Miner Goblin Gang down the other. And like,
if he gets
where do you go?
If he gets a lot of elixir trade value, positive trade value on his own. But that won't happen too many times, I think, because the cycle from Ice-Law is also super cheap.
Yep. So this time it's going to be hard to do, but he is known for doing that. That is one of his like key points on this deck, is to throw that down, and we see the Inferno Dragon coming at the back. Loads up with the balloon on the right-hand side, completely ignores that bomb tower. The log perfectly timed. Mega Knight starts jumping in there at the Bats Blade in the middle of the bridge. Gonna help try to take everything down. The Miner actually goes towards the Princess. The Goblin Gang on that right-hand side are just gonna go to absolute town on that tower. It is falling down, but look how much damage Blizzard is taking, and another 2 wall breakers right to the face. Ice-Law. Perfect control here. That tower does go down.
And it doesn't really have too much time to get him down to 666. And Ice-Law still in the good defensive mode still, I believe. Does have the Rascals, and also the Princess should be coming in very soon.
Miner at the back trying to get that last bit of damage. The defensive Miner at the front just making sure the skeletons do nothing. Ice-Law, you machine! Taking out Blizzard. Stopping that all-kill from happening. Ice-Law played phenomenally.
Yeah, Ice-Law brought what Blizzard played in the previous game. And you know that deck is pretty heavy, but once you get through those Mega Knight, okay, I can actually defend against this pretty perfectly. Then you just throw down what's empty. You see a highway right there. Just bring a miner, wall breakers. You know that Blizzard just spent a lot of elixirs for that. Only 3, but in this cycle it's a lot. It counts as a lot. Goblin Gang, they did a whole lot of damage, but you know, Slow.
I had 7 elixir to try and defend that push. Saves the Mega Knight to try and counter through, but just ended up getting absolutely nothing done here. The Inferno Dragon going down, the Mega Knight going down, and look at that. Once again, loading up on those wall breakers. Miner in the back, free real estate right there as the wall breakers suicide themselves into the tower, taking it down with 1 or 2 more hits from the Miner.
Yeah, in this meta, what Blizzard has, the only spell is Snowball, so he really needs to use that barrel, not for just a naked attack, but oftentimes in a defensive mode for that death damage to sort of work in a spell in a way.
Yeah,
which didn't really happen too much. He was always trying to chip in more damage on the right side.
I mean, it's always one of the issues when you have a relatively heavy deck, especially with the Mega Knight, and you only run the one spell. That Snowball had so many targets. You could take out the Bats, you could push away the Rascals, you could try to push back a Miner, you could do the Wall Breakers. There were just too many targets for that one spell to hit. So those decisions do take time, and it seems like Blizzard did not have the time this time. So it is going to be Islaw versus Line for Game 4 here.
And Line to come out at this time can certainly just continue to have similar types of really fast cycles of Wall Breaker together. I think Line is a good match against Islaw too.
Yeah.
But from what we are seeing, Islaw has been just half a step faster compared to Blizzard, and also what happened yesterday was with somewhat of a play from his opponent too, because I still remember that balloon sneaking in because of the opponent's bat. Bats in the air getting pushed with the rage. That was really cool. But it won't, like, if you try that 10 times, it will maybe work.
1 time.
Two, if you get lucky, 3 times.
Yeah, well,
but usually it will go down against the bats though.
Yeah, but if you ask them, that was intentional. I meant to do it every time.
I can do it 11 times out of 10.
Yeah, that's the answer you always get from these players. It's like, did you intend to do this? Yeah. Really? Because it looked a bit... Nah, it was intentional. Every time. Okay, so Line hasn't played a game, obviously, after the balance update. Heal Spirit Hunter. Did he play yesterday? Line?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah,
he
came out as 1v1.
Yeah. So what did he play yesterday?
If you ask me, after casting 4.5 hours of lots of 1v1s and triple draft, I don't know. I can't recall everything.
No, I can't recall.
Even if I go back and organize what happened, there were lots of games last night, guys.
Every game went all the way, right? Every King of the Hill went all the way.
Yes, it did. And yeah, only the second match was a 2-0, and then everything else, lots of games in there. And yeah, really getting a feeling after watching all those online tournament. I thought I had the feeling, before cast yesterday, but it's really different with these players with their own characteristic and regional characteristics, plus what their team wants to do, what their coach wants to do. So it's really coming down with the second day, and then I believe after today, it will be a similar in terms of meta. But I feel like a lot of players will start to change like one card at a time, like a mini P.E.K.K.A. into a P.E.K.K.A. all of a sudden. I think those surprise factor will come in starting next week. But until today, let's see what the players want and what they think is the best right now.
Yeah, well, Lion has beaten LC Up, did lose to B-King, beat Nuri, did lose to Sado. So he is pretty much guaranteed to get one win if you look at his history, which probably means Islaw might fall, and we see a Hog Rider from Islaw and a Tesla. Okay.
Is it the first expo of the season?
We did see one last week with Sparky.
That doesn't count. Okay.
Tried to erase that one from your mind, because I have. Okay, Musketeer played from Ice Law here. Good Tornado bringing that in, making sure that it goes down.
Against the Hog, actually really good.
Alright, the Hog
Depends on the
comes
timing,
down.
but a Knight for Ice Law.
Big rocket there. Good value from Line's rocket. But everything is all equal, pretty much, in the Elixir count right now. So both players just building it back up.
But, okay, these are the moments I go back and see, okay, it's sort of know what it's going to be, and then there were players who suddenly just bring an RG at the end. Royal Giant.
No, it is going to be an X bow. All right. It's not going to be Ice Bow minus
please.
the bow.
I'm happy. I'm at least happy that it is the Ice Bow that we always see. Still having a really good win rate on the top ladder.
Also, Grand Challenges is still, it's always
there,
one
yeah.
of those cards, like decks, that's just always at the top. No matter what, Expo always seems to be relatively good, even with Earthquake coming out. Many people were expecting to see less and less of the Expo.
Yeah, actually went up in play after the game changed into no draw.
Yeah.
Because Expo is so good at defending.
All right, the Hog Rider comes in. Is the Tesla going to come down? No, the Earthquake is there. Good Tornado to activate the tower. And it's all looking good for Line right now. He just needs to start getting damage to connect to the towers. There is the log coming in, and that almost puts us equal.
Yeah, the log was somewhat predicted from Line. Wanted to test if it's going to be on the left or the right. So Tornado is ready for that pull.
Yep, and the Ice Wizard, they're slowing everything down, making sure that Hog Rider gets nowhere near a tower. And that Ice Wizard's pretty healthy, but the Bar Barrel is going to
Ice Law needs to do damage now because the rockets will be start flying, and at the end it's going to be flying in the air too, just before the game ends. And good timing with those skeletons right after the Earthquake.
Not managing to get to the tower. Another Hog Rider falls short for Ice Law. How many more Hog Riders is he gonna have chance to play here? Because this matchup is gonna be rough. The Hog Rider comes in, good Tesla placement right under the nose of the Hog Rider. And the Earthquake comes in to just try and chip more damage. But with the rocket cycle, Line has a very strong advantage. What is Ice Law's last card? If it was Rocket, would he have started his own rocket cycle? At this point, probably. Hog Rider comes through. Again, the Tesla is there. Enough to tank, though. This time, the Hog Rider is tornadoed back into the middle. More hits onto that King Tower. But the thing is, that King Tower can take it. It has so much more HP than his Princess Towers that you can just do that all day.
Well pulled all the way to the back. And sometimes you have to be careful about those Musketeers, just like the Flying Machine in a way. They can connect to the tower super quickly.
Great comes in, Snowball is there. Hog Rider, though, is going to get... Oh my goodness, what a defense by Line, making sure that Hog Rider was shut down again.
King Tower activation plus that log at the end. Beautiful play from Line, but this is a little bit faster compared to what they had before. Okay, Ice Law really pushing in because lots of elixirs put in onto left. Oh, that Musketeer actually giving a lot more time for Line.
Yeah, but look at this. The Hog Rider slowed down. Isn't going to get much done there. One hit. You need that on the other side if you are Ice Law. But that tower, 448, it looks all over for Ice Law. There goes a rocket. There goes a log. And that is game over. Line taking game 4 and slaughtering Ice Law here. Perfect game from Line, I believe. For an Expo deck like that, that was beautiful.
You really have to be near the master level of Expo to go against that Hog Rider, because as you have seen, the Hog Rider came from the right side, left side, doesn't matter if the Musketeer pairs or not. But you have to, the real skill deal comes down to how well you effectively use that Tornado. exactly pulling in Hog Rider and the Musketeer and the Knight if you can also. Sometimes the Knight gets out of control if you can't grab all three. So he also bought some time with those skeletons against the Knight.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about right here. That tornado was fantastic, and the Ice Wizard comes out of that unscathed. Let me see again. Similar thing happening here. The Musketeer, the Hog Rider, and the Knight, and he could never really get through. Could Ice Law and Lion? His defense was just. It was rock solid, and at this point you have 448 remaining on the tower. You have the cycle. Doesn't even matter if that Hog Rider could hit the tower.
There was one chance where I saw, just like the balloon yesterday, where the Hog Rider could have just pushed the Musketeer so just a little bit so that it goes off to the side straight into the tower, sort of out from the tornado range. There was one chance, but the Musketeer actually blocked the Hog Rider in its path. I think Ice Claw is also biting his nails about that move. If that Hog Rider went straight, that could have been at least 2 more shots and maybe a game from that.
Yeah, I mean, Lion shut down that Hog Rider every time. Ice Law did need a little bit of, I don't want to call it luck, because it would obviously be skill doing that, because it would be intentional, but you just, sometimes all you need is a bit of rub of the green to be able to take those victories like that. 1 or 2 more hits from the Hog Rider might have been a different story.
Yeah, and there was some great Barbarian Barrel, but in an off timing, I think Blizzard. Lion actually saw the barrel coming down and sort of waited because he sort of knew, okay, Bar Barrel can actually reach my skeletons, because skeletons oftentimes became not a big factor, but at a pro level, these kind of play actually makes the big difference, because Hog Rider, sometimes you hear the sound, the damage doesn't go in. You see the animation, the damage doesn't go in. That's because of those small skeletons in the middle. They buy just enough time for that no damage, and oftentimes Lion was actually winning that mind game. So those were some great plays that we don't really get to see too in detail, but when you go into the game, watch that replay, have that slow mode, and then see those small little details, and then you see, okay, that's the pro move. I need to do that. And then once you go in game, it doesn't really work like that, guys. That's why they're pros, we're not.
Yeah, the skeletons in the middle tornadoing everything onto it with the Ice Wizard at the back. And then, like, the tower's just taking care of everything, especially when you've already activated that King Tower in the middle. That's no man's land, right? Right in the middle there, you could get all 3 towers basically wailing down on your troops, and there ain't much they can do. It's very hard to get through once you're in that middle section with both towers going in. So excellent tornado, waiting for it. The skeletons there just to keep everything together. A wizard trying to pull things back into the middle towards the right. Beautiful play. Beautiful defense.
Yeah. Was really hard for Ice Claw to break all the way, and one hit from the Hog to activate the King Tower. Yeah, the cannon from the King Tower travels so much faster than the arrow, and it helps a lot. Of course, it's a little further back, so it targets a little slower compared to the Princess, a lot slower compared to the range from the Princess Tower, but still the damage is equal. But the projectile is fast enough that it actually puts in damage, so that was a great play. Expect to see at least a few more expos. I expect to see a few more expos even last week, because of how many times it's being played on the top level of even for pros. But that was the only one. Not going to count what happened last week. The only expo game, and so far 100% win rate.
Sure. Okay.
Without the Sparky.
So we're going to get down to the triple draft between Talon and Kix. Who are you expecting to come out? It seems as though Kix like having Benzaradel there.
Yes, I think, he did come out yesterday.
Yeah, and he manhandled Little Chen, but Little Chen was already a broken man at that point. So how will Benza do in a triple draft game where you need to win it, where the pressure is on for Kix to take the victory here?
Don't really know. Maybe they will suddenly just call Onion and bring him on stage.
Oh, they could do. Onion, even Ice Law. Ice Law, I think, can play triple draft incredibly well.
Yeah, they're all about the ideas. And in terms of creativity and deck making, it really comes in handy. I mean, you get to see your opponent at the same time. So, and sometimes if you think a lot, you end up running out of time. Like, you have 3 more cards and you have like 10 seconds left, and then the final 2 cards, you don't really have too much time to think about it. And then the cards that you are expecting doesn't really come out at the end. You run out of time from time to time.
We do see Blizzard against Benzer. Okay, Benzer has 100% win ratio in triple draft. Of course, he's only played 1, and Blizzard actually has a 0% win ratio. He has played 2 games and lost them both. He did lose to Little Chen and lost to Sado. So Blizzard has to restore his standing when it comes to triple draft, and Benzer needs to maintain this 100% win ratio. So what are we going to see?
2 broken cards to start with. Okay, Goblin Hut and the barrel. The 2 barrels for Benzer.
Yeah, played right in that corner, and the Ice Wizard perfectly placed to tank most of those hits. Just 1 scratch coming through. Dark Goblin is gonna go down to that one, and now there are 4 goblins marching towards the tower. So Benzer decides to lock it.
Yeah, so far great set of cards for both sides. Benzer certainly can go for lots of lots of quick cycles with those small cards. But a golem.
That is go time for Benzer. He throws down that skeleton barrel, and look at the damage this is going to do. What can Blizzard do here? He doesn't have the elixir really to defend. Decides to play the Prince behind here. So this is going to be a scary push. Benzer takes the tower. What does he? And he has the P.E.K.K.A.
Yes, the P.E.K.K.A. Oh, not a good news for Blizzard right now.
But he does have that E-Wiz. It is going to slow down the P.E.K.K.A. Can Benzer deal with the E-Wiz in the back? Or does he even need to? The P.E.K.K.A. Okay, does take down 1 Golemite. So that E-Wiz.
The moment you see the P.E.K.K.A., it's...
But I mean, that E-Wiz,
rough.
That E-Wiz was so useful there for Blizzard. Otherwise, you would not have got that much damage. All those stuns coming in from that Electro Wizard bought enough time for the Golems to at least make it somewhat worth that push.
Yeah, that is certainly true. And Blizzard does have over a minute, and double elixir time can help him a lot. But Benzer wants to do a lot more. Going for that King Tower, already damaged.
Yeah, and with the Ice Wizard there, I don't think he has any other splash units. The Earthquake comes up right at the front here. Not used to try and defend. 2178 on that King Tower. A 961 on Benzer Riddell's top left-hand tower. Does manage to close out this Golem push. Will there be enough time for Blizzard to reload and do 1 more? The barrel comes in. There is a Valkyrie and a Dark Goblin there. The Dark Goblin is connecting onto that Electro Wizard and then turns around to start wailing on that Golem, and that Golem isn't going to be able to do anything here.
Even slowing down the Golem immediately after that P.E.K.K.A. It seems like the Golems can sort of reach with the death damage from the Golemite, but that's about it, and Benzer still has another big spell ready for him. Only 10 seconds left. Blizzard cannot come back, and that's going to be a game for Benzer.
Yeah, that is always one of the issues if you pick the Golem is, are you A, gonna have anything to support it properly? B, has your opponent decided to play a ridiculously fast cycle and just counterattacks down your gullet on the opposite side, which is what he did there.
Yeah, P.E.K.K.A.'s actually not a win condition card, it is the anti-tank. Exactly what you see. And there, Benzer thinking, okay, that might have actually somewhat surprised him, picking a Golem. Don't know what the other 2 cards, available cards, were next to that Golem card, but P.E.K.K.A. served its role, the perfect card against it.
Yeah, look at that go time there. The Golem coming down, decides to go down for the Skeleton Barrel. I mean, there's 5 Elixir for Blizzard.
Yeah,
there is the skeleton, and once that barrel comes in, you know that is game over. There's the Zappy there as well, finishing it off. And then the Prince behind, was that the right decision? Putting the Prince behind the Golem in that push.
He doesn't really have too many other than the Ice Wizard, which was played right before that golem. So he needed to cycle for the hut or anything else. I think Blizzard, yes, hut does pair up really well with the golem, but without it to begin with, and when you are doing that to the left side, and Benzer knows how to deal with it by doing a lot more damage onto the other side.
Yeah, and look at that. Benzer's last card was
Fireball.
that Fireball, so
Yeah, you don't need it.
he really didn't. When you got 2 barrels, when you got the Skeleton Barrel and the Goblin Barrel, do you even need anything else? Just keep playing those 2 cards and win.
Yeah, only when you see a chance where the Ice Wizard and the E Wizard is sort of clumped up together, then I think that's a good fireball. But other than that, you're not going to really find too many chances or too many elixir value out of that card. So, and you can cycle pretty quickly with all these other cards. The Zappies actually became a good tool. Yeah, having those mini zaps onto the golem slowed it down even further. So a great triple deck from Benzer. Yeah, that was a great game. I mean, Blizzard couldn't really. With the golem, there was basically a no-winning condition for him.
I mean, the Electro Wizard really did try in that first golem push just to make it so that the golem gets to the tower, gets its value, and it did. It took about 1,400 away, but at the same time, he lost his tower. That Prince was largely ineffective in that push anyway. Like, here's the thing. Behind the golem, you want things that generate value. The Prince generally doesn't generate its own value. The Ice Wizard, the Electro Wizard, they don't, but they're utility cards. They're there to make sure that golem gets to the tower. That Prince had no chance, especially with your Electro Wizard resetting the targeting on that P.E.K.K.A. occasionally, so it just turns around and whacks on the Prince once, twice, and it's gone. So I gotta question that play there. I know he was maybe trying to get the cycle, but is that the card you want to put down? Put down a Prince, that's 13 elixir in 1 push.
Maybe he was waiting for some Earthquake chance. He had the Earthquake, but Benzer had no building cards, so it was never really worth it too many times. And Earthquake's actually, even though it's pretty cheap, it's one of the big spells, not the small spell. So it's always worth waiting against the Golem. You sort of expect the building to come out after seeing 4 other cards that's not building. So maybe that's what Blizzard thought at the moment. Okay, against my Golem, there has to be something, you know?
Anyway, we are going to get into Game 2, and the draft is going on right now. There's about 16 seconds left. What are we going to see this time? The Golem, never really a good pick in triple draft. There's just too many counters in too many different categories in triple draft.
It also depends on the order. Maybe Blizzard did not get to see that P.E.K.K.A. after the golden pick, because it is not in the same win the condition category.
Dark Goblin. Battle Ram, that's a card that we don't really get to see much of in normal 1v1 anymore. But it's still a great card. So it's looking like it might be, yeah, a very quick cycle from Benzer, and the Flying Machine from Blizzard. Considered by many one of the better picks when it comes to this game. Wizard from Blizzard. All right, does deal very well with what we have so far. The Goblin Gang goes down. The Musketeer doesn't get much value. The Dark Goblin will die instantly. So not a bad pick based on what we see so far from Benzer Riddell.
Oh my. Wizard actually got a hit on the tower. That's rare.
Is that the first time in competitive Clash history?
I don't.
Apart from the very first tournament where it was the
not
only
talk
card.
history to me, man. I'm not.
And there are the arrows, so that Skeleton Barrel gets only the death damage, and the Royal Recruits here easily going to take that Battle Ram.
So good against those troops, against lots of tools that actually Benzer has, other than the Miner and the Dark Goblin. So it's actually really, really good of what you can do.
Just trying to find what category it is in. So it is in the anti-tank. But not only that, it's just so many bodies. The Royal Recruit it's just such a good card for 90% of what you see in triple draft.
So Blizzard has really good slow bodies, And also a quick attack with the Hog.
And there is a P.E.K.K.A. That is what you want to see when you're playing against a Hog Rider. You want that P.E.K.K.A. and the Battle Ram coming in down that right. The P.E.K.K.A. coming in on the left, and this time it does connect. For Benzer, Riddell does get the damage, but look, Blizzard is finding a way into this. 8-3-5 on that top left. He's finding those damage. He's chipping away inch by inch, and he does have poison as well. So with the poison, with the log, Benzer is on a clock.
Yeah, that also did a whole lot of damage to the tower. Arrows against.
And Hog's gonna connect the P.E.K.K.A.
okay.
Not in time. And a Wizard Blade, that's gonna easily clean up the remnants of that Goblin Gang. What does Blizzard have to try and stop the P.E.K.K.A.? Obviously, that answer is the Royal Recruits, and it looks as though Blizzard has enough to come through. 4 Royal Recruits on the tower. The Goblin Gang has to come down, but the problem is the Spear Goblins aren't blocking it. A Hog on the left, Royal Recruits and Poison on the right, and that is 1 apiece. Blizzard taking game 2.
Well, it's heavily countered on the other side. Well, you can bring a P.E.K.K.A. twice, but if you can't stop my Hog Rider all the time, which you can perfectly with the P.E.K.K.A., but with this many different win conditions from Blizzard, it's hard. You're not going to have that many elixirs all the time. And Benzer, in a way, with the Miner, he was trying to cycle himself so that the Miner actually does damage, along with something that might get its chance to reach the tower, which was the Battle Ram.
Yeah,
that
the Wizard
never really happened.
Have you ever seen a Wizard being a good choice in competitive Clash Royale? The Fly Machine, we all know, it's a known.
Wizard is one of the best in Infinite Elixir mode, and also the triple, and also not in everything else.
So the Royal Recruits, they're getting onto the tower. The Spear Goblins, that's one of the issues with playing the Goblin Gang on the side like that, is you don't have everybody in front to stop it. And once those Stabby Goblins go, the Spear Goblins are not going to have much chance. So we can see the last card for Benzer was that Earthquake. Bit of a wonky deck from both players here. Not what you would usually see, but that is why Triple Draft is here to try and just promote your deck building skills.
The reason why you picked that Earthquake, I'm pretty sure you've seen at least few building cards potentially from your opponent, guessing that there will be some type of a building. That's why you bring it, but the choice, well, I think that's one of the win in the mind games, and choosing the card, I think that's the key. It's a jewel. It's pretty fun to actually watch it. Yesterday, we got a little peek onto those players' devices in the Triple Draft, which was really fun. Yeah, but still, it was way too many cards for us to remember. We need 20 eyes each. And no, I think our eyes are fine. It's our brains.
Well, I don't have one of those, so it's fine. Okay, so the Battle Ram as your win condition pick. That is what Benzer chose this time round.
You also had the Miner, though. So
Miner's not a win condition.
Yeah, so which was
I'm talking
sort
about
of
the category.
Okay.
The category. So in the category of win condition, he chose Battle Ram. What options would there be that would push you to choose that card? Balloon? Would you have picked Balloon with what he had so far?
Yeah.
Assuming that win condition was
Miner,
last.
No, because I think he was forced to use something cheap like the Battle Ram, because he must have picked P.E.K.K.A. before that time. So if he picks anything heavier, P.E.K.K.A. with something heavy like the lava or golem, or like the balloon, which isn't too bad. But if I make my deck go a little too heavy, and that's usually not the style of Benzer, other than the Goblin Giant Sparky. In a way, so I think he was choosing maybe my cycle will be a little too slow. That's the reason why he went for a little bit cheaper in a way of a Battle Ram instead of anything else.
Yeah, I mean, you'd always expect him to pick Mortar if it comes up. What other choices would there have been? Would maybe Royal Giant and Lava Hound? If that was the choice, Battle Ram would be the obvious pick, but we are into the draft. Almost finished here. 2 cards left each.
Now with this, Talon is on a match point if Blizzard takes the final game of triple draft. So Benzer's got to defend this one.
Well, he's got to win it. It's not just defense. It's all about his offense. Will he have the tools?
Dun dun dun.
Benzeradel in red at the top for Kicks playing to stay in this match, or will Talon's Blizzard in blue at the bottom close out this triple draft, close out the match, and give Talon their first victory? We're gonna find out. Do we see bats against Cannon Card? No, we don't, because they're instantly zapped away for Benza here. This Cannon Card's gonna turn into a cannon, and then take out the Knight, and then take out one of the Fire Spirits. Nope, none of the Fire Spirits. Okay. Firecracker. Okay.
Zap Snowball, small spells. Musketeer with the Knight. Okay.
A giant from Benzeradel.
Oh, so there are lots of choices for Blizzard. Don't know what exactly got. Sparky. Along with that, any kind of body, Royal Giant, even a Graveyard won't be too bad along with this Knight.
Along with the Prince down the right-hand side is Benza counter-attacking, but the Knight is there. That is the cheap card that Blizzard needs to defend when that Knight is charging, when the Prince is charging down.
Good zap. To keep that cannon card, actually connects to the tower. What a zap from Benza right there.
Yeah, and look at the damage this cannon card is getting. The snowball trying to slow it down, but it doesn't matter. It would have died roughly in the same amount of deaths. 1070 remain on that bottom left-hand tower, and both of Benza's towers are relatively healthy. He's only taken a couple of Fire Spirits in damage.
Yeah, and the King Tower activation doesn't even really matter too much because it's not really reaching the tower itself. Okay, there's that mini P.E.K.K.A, which will melt together with a Sparky.
Yeah, but that does it buy enough time for the Giant to get a punch? No, it does not. So the bats go down. Now we have a very open Sparky. Okay, Sparky Loon. What do we have here? Now, if the cannon card... Oh, the cannon card's not going to change in time. The Hunter does manage to get enough damage with that Firecracker to take down the balloon before it hits. And the Sparky shut down by the cannon card here. And this is advantage Benzeradel at this point. The poison's coming through. He's starting the spell cycle to close this game up. Blizzard has it all to do. The Knight, the Sparky, the balloon, the kitchen sink.
Or Earthquake, okay, so he's got something, but he needs more than an Earthquake.
And the balloon gets one drop and the death damage, and that will put Blizzard at a bit of an advantage, but there is a lot of potential coming down here. The Hunter, the mini P.E.K.K.A instantly shut down. The cannon cart turned into a cannon on the wrong side of the bridge. And now we have another Sparky loaded up for Blizzard. It looks like Blizzard may have found that window he needs to be able to take out Benza here.
Zap plus the poison takes out Sparky, also damages the tower, so which makes it about as even. Only 41 difference in HP. Okay, this comes down to the final few zaps of Benzer to stop that Sparky. That's going to be the crucial key.
Yeah, this cannon card proving invaluable for Benzeradel. It's doing so much work both defensively and offensively. It's gonna eat another Sparky charge as this Firecracker. Oh, I thought it was gonna get the Sparky in there, but this balloon is very healthy. The Hunter is there. The Earthquake comes in. Will this balloon get it?
No, just before that, but the death damage actually doesn't kill it, but another snowball and cycle also Benzer waiting for that final poison.
And there's the poison.
One more tick.
There's the Earthquake. Oh my god!
Literally one tick away. One tick of Earthquake was also enough. 61 damage.
30 against 42, a 12 HP difference that low.
Woohoo!
Benzer closing it up.
Gotta say, those zaps from Benzer was nasty. Was at the last 0.02 second of that Sparky shooting the shot, and then zap comes down at the perfect moment. literally saved the game for him.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
What can we say? You're right, those zaps won him the game. It was looking... that was an absolute roller coaster of a ride here. So this giant tries to make through, but the Sparky shuts it down. The cannon cart is really good. That zap right there. Look at that. That is a full HP cannon cart on the tower.
Yeah.
Shields eating away by the fire spirits. And look at this. This balloon does finally manage that snowball, pushing it out of range so it doesn't get as much damage. The hunter cannot get all those pellets to connect. And here, right, Earthquake comes in. 419, 302. The death damage comes in. Blizzard's tower is at 98.
So I think if that balloon connected to the hunter, which it missed, only hit the firecracker, that balloon could have actually connected to the tower, right? Not just death damage.
Maybe.
I think that snowball missed on the hunter, which let it...
No, it hit the hunter.
It did. Okay, then I
It pushed the hunter out of the way.
Yeah, first it did, but at the end.
Maybe. I didn't quite catch it there, but...
I think it hit the firecracker only on the right.
Yep.
So those small differences led to a single tick of spell fight. And Kicks, yeah, ties it 1-1, and now we go into the final 1v1 best of 3. Who do you bring? Who do you bring? If you are Talon, oh, we just had. I think he's the best.
Blizzard?
He's the best punch, right?
No, but Blizzard. I mean, Blizzard already got 2 kills today. He's on fire. You bring Lion. I mean, Blizzard can't play. He just played in the King of the Hill. How stupid.
No, triple draft.
Triple draft. All right.
It's
let's
Sunday,
just
guys.
rewind. Yeah, it's Sunday.
He's got
all right.
lots of kids.
So Blizzard played. 2 is not a lot.
I have 0, so
all right.
That's a lot.
So Blizzard played in the triple draft. That basically leaves Lino 1 crown. You don't really want to rely on 1 crown, in my opinion. I don't think he's that anchor. Who?
Oh yes, 1 crown.
We haven't seen how at all.
1 crown in line.
Yeah, we haven't seen how at all this season. I don't know if we're gonna see.
I think he was also the last person to be picked up, or maybe with 1 crown because he did have some history with him. We'll see. We'll see how they actually change in their active roster. But I think Line, from what he has played, he also was able to finish Ice Law in King of the Hills. So I think he's the best bet to go, or we could be surprised. 1 crown's also a pretty good player. I mean, the Goblin Hut's back. I think 1 crown has got it. He can switch to E-Golem, which is a very different in style compared to the regular Golems. But yeah, in terms of those heavy big pushes, he was really good at controlling. So why not 1 crown? I think he's got some potential.
What about on Kicks? Would you throw out Legend, Onion, or Ice Law?
Legend is a good bet. Legend is a good bet, I think.
He hasn't had a very good start to the season.
But if you go, but most of the King of the Hills only. So if you put him in 1v1, a best of 3 situation, a real match for him, then I think he's going to put out something that we haven't seen before in the King of the Hill. But from what we have seen so far, Ice Law, I think a little higher than Legend. If you are surprised, I think Legend is the second person to go.
Okay. Okay, well, we're going to find out relatively shortly. What card do you think is going to play a key factor in this last 1v1? And don't say Skeleton Barrel because we all know it's going to be that anyway.
The real key, I think, guys, Musketeer. The
3
Hog Rider, I
Musketeer?
think, not the 3 Musketeer. How about a deck with the Musketeer and the 3 Musketeers, so make it 4?
And it is going to be Line and Ice Law. Okay. It looks like Kicks have decided that they really do need to win this game, bringing Ice Law for the best of 3. But Line is no slouch. He has already had Ice Law's number today. Will he be able to do it again, this time in a best of 3? We're going to find out, as Kicks' Ice Law is in red at the top and Talon's Line is in blue at the bottom.
Let's see if Lion has the guts to pull out Expo again.
No, no, you wouldn't do that.
Okay,
surely.
Graveyard.
Could be, could be.
Might be a high chance for Lion. But we've seen another sort of a golem-y deck or e-golem deck with this bar putt from few Korean players that's on top of the ladder right now.
Do you want to know something crazy?
No, I don't.
Lion is the
I said
only
no.
member. Tough. Lion is the only member of Talon who hasn't won a season of Clash Royale League Asia. Because One Crown, Howl,
That's
and Blizzard
right.
all were on OGN last season. Okay, so we do see Hog Rider from Ice Law. We do see the mini P.E.K.K.A there, and the healer, and the Tornado. Okay, activating that King Tower. The mini
But
P.E.K.K.A
too much
gets one,
damage from the mini.
2, 8, 6, 3 remaining on that bottom right-hand tower.
Woo! Your neighborhood is half destroyed already. What are you going to do? I mean, you can have that big setup and have that major push. Maybe go for 1 crown plus the 3 if you get a chance.
It looked as though Line was so focused on getting that Hog Rider onto his King Tower that he didn't remember to defend the other side. But we do see the Earthquake from Ice Law here against the Barbarian Hut.
Yeah. The
There's
Firecracker
the
Hog Rider, which is also getting lots of popularity right now.
So the Hog Rider instantly deleted after destroying that barrel. And got a perfect 2-2 split for Lion, and we do see that Pink Tyrant, the Elixir Golem, going down the left-hand side. So will this be the go time for Ice Law to go down the right? It is. The Hog Rider is there, and it's gonna take that tower.
You can't defend it, so might as well just don't use anything on it. So there was a heal.
Good Tornado there.
Good timing.
This is just, that's got to be tower down. Snowball comes in to try and buy a little bit of extra time.
Okay, that's 1 tower, but the Hog Rider is on the bottom. Only 1,200 left on the King Tower, so the race for Ice Law might be a little faster. Only 503 down.
Yeah, the Firecracker played perfectly on that side. But look at that, you've got
the heal.
so many dragons in the heal. What are you going to do? The Hog Rider tries to get it done. Is he going to be able to finish this in time? 264, and it is just in time. All that potential damage from Line was right there on the tower. The skeletons were underneath, just trying desperately to buy a little time. And Ice Law manages once again to give me a heart attack and finish it in the last second. If you have Ice Law on your fantasy team, congratulations, you have picked one of the best 3 crown players in the game right now. That was nuts.
Yeah. Good luck. Line had to go all out for that 3 crown, or else he didn't really stand a chance of winning the game. So Ice Law, knowing that, okay, cycle through everything else, everything that does direct damage basically to that King Tower, just throw it down, and everything else in the defensive mode, which was the right call. And he knew that he was going to win basically, because with this initial attack, he did way too much damage.
Yeah, he had nothing after that Tornado pulling the Hog Rider into the center. The P.E.K.K.A wasn't dealt with. I mean, this was a good decision by Ice Law just to go counter and try to use as little elixir as possible to slow down this push.
Yeah, those were some great tornadoes, because the Firecracker, if you leave that Firecracker alone, it stacks into 2 or 3. You have the heals, which kind of limits the damage from the Firecracker, but if they stack up to like 2 or more, everything that's following the Elixir Golem, it's just destroyed from the splash.
So there had to be something else under Line's Dragon push there. But we didn't get to see it because the sky was covered in blue and green.
Yeah.
The healer was underneath 4 Line, but there had to be something there to stop the attacks from coming in, right? Because they were all point-blank range, so they should have been wailing down on that tower. It would have been relatively quick. So I feel like something was played underneath the dragons just to buy a little bit more time for Ice Law. But unfortunately,
I think because later we didn't really see Ice Golem. I think Ice Golem could have been a chance, which is a hard decision. But when you're racing, you just have to
Well, I
Without
mean,
thinking,
it
you
would
just have to
also
put it
slow
down.
everything down, right? With
Yeah, it
the
slows it
slow?
down, but at the same time, it also heals because you give the chance for the battle healer to hit once again. But it was more about slowing down than the heals. They were going to survive anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, the game would have been over regardless if they all started connecting properly into the tower. So the heal doesn't matter at that point.
And the earthquake also kind of slows in a way. So that also is somewhat of a factor. And Ice Law, I mean, Hog, one of the best card to just go straight at it and just take the tower down. It takes a whole lot. I mean, just by the Hog, it's pretty wild. And he intentionally just went all the way to the side, so takes somewhat less damage from the Princess Tower.
All right, so we're going to get into game 2. Reverse of the match point. It is now match point to Kicks. And Talon's line is the one who has to try and stop Ice Law from closing it out. Is he going to be able to do it? He couldn't do it in game 1. Is he going to do it in game 2?
Haha. Bar pot this time. From Ice Law, not Line. So with Bar pot,
Ice Law is the kind of player just to play someone else's deck and just try to show them that you can do it better. Just to get into the head of your opponent. Poison coming down. The Electro Wizard is there. The Barbs come out of their hut. That's going to slow it all down and clear the push. And then we've got a Mega Minion and 2 Barbarians barreling down that lane. All right, Baby Dragon, as always, and Graveyard. That's a next to naked Graveyard, and the Bar Barrel wasn't in time. The Princess Tower is actually cleaning everything up. Not perfectly timed from Line. How can Ice Law punish from that? That was a big investment down that side. The Electro Wizard does activate the King Tower. Nice tornado there, but that Graveyard was risky. He was hoping that the Barbarian Barrel would start to tank the tower, but the Graveyard came too quickly.
and what you would imagine from Ice Law when the King Tower is not activated on your own. But later, the poison will come, but most of the times targeting the Barbarian hub also, limiting those Barbarians. So you can sort of place your little tools next to it so it doesn't really get damaged by the poison too much.
Gets the timing right this time, and now that's again a lot of stuff. And Ice Law now has tanks for days for his Graveyard. Throws down that offensive poison after Line had used his. How much damage is he going to get done here? 1856, 1829. Baby Dragons just belching all over each other. We do see the bomb tower from Line just to shore up the defenses against any future push from Ice Law, and a Barbarian hut played right at the back. So now we got Barbarians behind the Knight. We're going to see maybe a Graveyard come this time because there is a decent amount of tanks there. But Line does have a poison too, but Ice Law throws his poison down offensively. He does have the Barbarians there. Tornado is just going to shore up for Line to try and get more damage in, and that was very successful. Line, is he going to be able to take this tower? That Baby Dragon is going to get one more. 1, 3, 2 remaining there. That was a great push for Line. Advantage for him now. The poison's coming down.
And that's it. With the quick cycle, Line seriously good with his use of the tornado spell. See from this expo play today already, and connecting again, trying to buy time for the Baby Dragon to actually go closer to the tower and also have the best splits when Knight is actually tanking all the damage. So great use of those tornadoes, also activating the King Tower. It's not super easy to do that all the time, but once you practice enough, you can.
Yeah, Line has played this deck before, and I believe it was against B King, and he ended up losing that game. So Line taking a victory with this graveyard deck. Look at the defense here, just absolutely phenomenal. And then, best thing about defending is that you have a big push coming through. And look how the skeletons, that tornado, bringing everything in, so that all that splash damage just stacks up. The baby dragon behind the knight here. More and more damage. Just Icelaw's defense kind of capitulated right there. And Poison finishes it off. Line. Great play from him. So now we are in match point between the two teams.
Icelaw, his tools were good, but with Lion expecting that graveyard to come out after seeing all these cards again. Mega Minion, Baby Dragon, and a Knight. Okay, with the Barb Hut, which can be played, but you do see the Goblin Hut, a little more often compared to it.
But the Barb Hut with Graveyard does make a lot of sense because it just keeps putting out bodies that you need to tank for your graveyard. So you make a slight uncertainty for when that graveyard will be played. So I do like Bob Hut and Graveyard together. They're a great pairing. It's like salt and vinegar on your French fries, you know. It's just a great pairing, but it just wasn't enough. Icelaw couldn't defend the counter graveyards, and Lion ends up winning.
Not the vinegar for me from time to time. Ketchup's enough.
Ketchup's gross.
Come on.
All right.
Come mustard.
No, I don't have anything on my French fries.
Mayo ketchup? Nachos? Cheese?
What are you talking about? We're talking about Clash Royale.
Yes,
right.
It's still
last
connected.
game. What are we going to see between Lion and Icelaw here?
I mean, so Icelaw has to find the way. I think Lion's getting way too much value from the poison, and you can't have a ban card. There's no ban card in season at all, so it's hard. You just have to... What is one of the best decks when you know your opponent's going to play that Tornado, which is a great tool against so many different... Like, even Lava, Tornado's so good, even against RG. We see the bats. We see games being played. Okay, now here we go.
Now we can see it. I was going to say, we heard the noises start. Everything was getting going.
Tesla, is it time again?
Is it gonna be an expo? It could be anything at this point. Skeletons there, though, kind of makes it seem as though it is going to be an expo.
The Heal Spirit. Let's see if it's Royal Huggies or E-Golem. It could just still be with this combination. Can also pull out another set of Hog Rider too.
Could be Hog Rider. Could be pretty much anything with these cards because you see them in so many different decks right now. The Heal Spirit, and it is the Hogs. And the Hogs come in against that Tesla with the Bats as well. Tornado pulling the Hogs into the center, activating the tower, but the two Bats just decide to leave that King Tower alone, and they get a lot of damage. 1947 remain, about 500 damage done right there for Icelaw.
Yeah, I have this many elixirs. And
that was 8 elixir for 5.
Yes, that's why the HUD is... You'll know what I'm talking about. But Line did end up activating the King Tower, which is exactly what matters the most for him.
Yep, especially when you have Ice Wiz and Tornado.
Slow for days.
There's the Tornado pulling everything back. The Hogs. One Hog might sniff the tower. Nope. Musketeer's going to go down as well. No damage done with that push, but Icelaw still has a very strong elixir lead. 10 elixir now, only 2 ahead, but the Expo comes down on that right-hand side. Earthquake to just try and reduce as much durability on that Expo as possible. The Snowball to slow it down. Is it going to die before it takes out any of those goblins? Doesn't matter. The log comes in, reloads one more time. There is a rocket again
So
Ice Law.
yeah, for what Ice Law has, because of the hut, it makes it so much more challenging to shoot that rocket into the tower. The moment you throw that down, the Hogs are going to come with that EQ and destroy your Princess Tower easily.
2 Hogs. One is going to get to the tower. Just gets one hit. 1997 remaining on that bottom right-hand tower. The Ice Wizard there taking care of the bats, but that Knight is still going to go down. One Spear Goblin against the Ice Wizards isn't going to be enough. We get down the last second of regular time, and it is now overtime. Barbarian, from Ice Law. And the Heal Spirit going down that right-hand side. Is that the side he wants to make the push? Splits the logs. They go towards the Tesla. Good tornado. So much value being done. Now, none of the Hogs get through again.
This is painful to watch with that many units crossing the river, but none of them going even close to that Princess Tower, doing no damage whatsoever.
But I mean, one of the good points for Ice Law, he has the damage advantage right now. Line cannot seem to get an offensive expo down. He has to rely on this rocket cycle, but these Hogs do eventually break through, get a couple more snouts onto that tower.
Yeah.
1460 remain. Where is this damage? There is the aggressive expo, and the Barbarians are there to begin the tanks. Logs there, so is the Goblin Hut. That's what he needs to see next. The Expo connects into there. The Spear Goblin is getting taken out by that Tesla, and there is a Musketeer.
Yeah,
there is the Rocket.
That's dangerous now, taking out the Musketeer, together damaging the tower. So Line is finding a good push on his own.
Yeah, but once again, he has to go back to the defense. The defensive Expo coming in. Great tornado taking everything. The heal is down, but there's only one Hoggy remain. But that Hoggy gets to the tower, and the rocket comes down. Will Lion have anything to be able to defend these pushes?
Now this is the dangerous moment. Left Barbarians, right the Hogs. The snowball slowing it down. Too much damage. Pulls it all the way back, but still that was about 400 or 500 going into the bottom right.
Yeah, and the Hogs come down again for Ice Law. An incredibly quick cycle. The Heal Spirit is here, but the Hogs are already taken care of. He's not going to get the heal, but there's only
12
seconds left.
And not enough from a rocket damage. And with that snowball, I think that seals it basically, unless some crazy damage happens from a tornado to a tower, which it doesn't.
And Ice Law takes the game by 180 points and kicks get the victory over Talon. Each time we see Talon, they seem to be getting closer and closer and closer to their first victory of the season, and every time it just seems to be snatched from their fingertips. Ice Law closes it out. 1v1 finishes in game 3. We pretty much had a full matchup. The only thing we were missing was one extra match in that King of the Hill.
Yes, and even without that, it feels like we had a full match to ourselves. It was crazy. Ice Law finishing the match on 1v1 for Kick's team, having another one. Seems like with that music, we're ready to jump into the next match. So we'll take a short break. When we come back, we will have Ponos versus Fog. Any moment now. Camera.
I mean, we can continue talking. There we go.
It's time for that match you've been waiting for all weekend. Ponos versus Fob. Stop playing triple trap, Simon. Did you win? Did you lose?
No, I got
you
absolutely
lost.
slaughtered. I got 3 crowned. Okay, so the game is going to be Ponos versus Fob. I don't know about waiting for it all weekend.
Uh-huh.
Like, this is...
I've been.
You have been.
Yeah.
You're a big fan of both of these teams. Me personally, the game I was waiting for was yesterday, which was Kix versus Nova.
Aha.
And we just saw Kix take Talon, which does put them on level standing right
Yeah,
now.
top
with
3, I think.
Nova, yeah.
Yes.
2-1.
And
Nova's
by
1-1. TT Gaming, TTG.
Yeah, TTG and WEDG are the only two.
WEDG are 3-0.
Yeah, so that's the only team without a loss that's on top. And then right behind them, it's TTG and
right here.
Kix. Yes.
Yeah, we could have just checked that out
I don't
instead
need
of
a
trying
paper.
to mentally map.
I don't need a paper. We were talking about 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I can count that many.
Are you sure?
Yes, from time to time.
Time to time.
Yeah, sometimes
All right.
I'm off, but
So
usually I'm okay. So this is the matchup because we've seen the matches from yesterday. We had Korea versus Korea, also China versus China. It also tells a lot about what they think is the best. So I know, well, all the best decks out there in terms of trophy, the highest. Everyone sees it on top on lots of websites like Stats Royale API, and lots of social network. They post a lot of these decks. That's really good. But usually what happens is it gets meshed up into the meta, but we don't exactly know what's the trendy deck in a certain region. But when we have these kind of matchups, we kind of get a very good understanding of what they like to play, what cards they like instead of the other, compared to the other region, compared to the entire meta. Sometimes, like last week, Japan, they were hitting a lot of E-Golem with 3 Musketeers, or lots of Royal Hog with the 3 Musketeers.
That's it. There you go.
Yeah.
3 Musketeers was only really propagated by the Japanese teams. We did see Legend play it one time, and that was the only other 3 Musketeer that was used outside of Japan last week. Yeah,
last weekend. 3 Musketeer always has been a card, even with the changes to it, the nerf and the buff. Sort of buff back.
And then the change.
And then the change to it. They have been always loving the card, the 3 Musketeer, and the Hog Rider itself, and the Goblin Barrel compared to any other region. So those are the characteristics you have to go in. You have to know before going into today's matchup. I expect to see a lot more spell bait. I think that's going to be the style and the type they bring. You see the wall breaker, Goblin Barrel, Skeleton Barrel, that super spell baity deck that we have seen from a couple of times from Benzer, also Blizzard today, and also a few times yesterday. I think that's going to be, from my understanding, I think that is what a lot of these Japanese players would like to play. Let's see what they actually bring in the actual match.
Key players on the screen. 50% win rate for Rad and 55.6 for Jack. And we see the roster here. Rad, Reiki Jones, Tenkod, KK, and Yakitori. All good players, all Japanese squad. Rad has been pretty good this season. KK, I would say, has been a little bit better.
Yeah, KK, his KOH was superb. One of the King of the Hill was, not so much, but I think KK really excels at 1v1, best of 3. So let's wait if he comes out. Very likely it's going to be Jack again for 1v1. And Expo Master, his first triple draft was rough. But after that, I think he also has some chance in 1v1 too. And he has been having really good scrim results. So Bob is going to focus on 2, Jack and Expo Master.
Yeah, so Expo Master did get 2 wins in the King of the Hill, so we might see him start us off in this King of the Hill for Fav Gaming.
I do agree on that too. Which is a good idea. Ponos bringing out KK to start King of the Hill.
That's aggressive here. Starting with one of their stronger King of the Hill players. KK right now is 2 wins, 0 losses in King of the Hill. He did beat AUK and Xiaoke from TT Gaming. So starting off strong there, but Fav Gaming go with Danny, who's only played 1 game in King of the Hill and lost to Peas, as you can see. -1 crown win rate differential. That means he's lost 1 crown more than he's got because he lost 1 crown against Peas.
Yes. We'll see lots of data on the screen. We'll explain to you guys what these are all about from time to time.
We'll try.
It's going to be, there are lots of data, even lots of funny data that might come out.
Okay.
What was the other funny data that we have seen?
We haven't seen it yet.
The emotes.
We haven't seen it yet. I was leaving it as a surprise.
No, I just wanna throw it out there. So.
That's the most important stat. We all know that.
Do you actually? So there's a person actually counting that every single time it's being used.
Good. It's a very important stat
It
have.
is. Extremely.
Right. So we are gonna get into KK versus Danny. Now Danny has played Lava Hound. He was against obviously Peas with his Golem deck. So he was playing Lava Hound, Inferno Dragon, Poison Miner, Baby D, Barb Barrel, Bomb Tower, Barbarians. Didn't win because unfortunately, Lava Hound doesn't attack ground.
If it did, well, the pups do. But
the pups
lava.
do, but if the Lava Hound did, it still wouldn't be that good.
And KK also really focused on the actual Golem play. One actual golem, one the elixir golem. And one both in the King of the Hill. Really having a good control.
Yeah, we do see the baby dragons and the... We do see the baby dragons going at it, and a furnace from Donnie. So it could be anything at this point. Lightning coming down. Now that could indicate golem?
Or RG.
Or RG with the furnace.
With the baby dragon in this suit. And log for the time being, because you basically need a bar barrel or a log. Or both.
Okay, well, the fire spirits go down to the skeletons from KK. And you see a Valkyrie. Is it going to be the Hog Rider deck? There's not many other decks you see with Valkyrie though, right?
Usually it does pair up really well with the Hog Rider, but it does go in with the Graveyard too.
Oh, good shout right at the last second there. Valkyrie coming down from Donnie on the defense. That is a good answer, but this Graveyard is still going to town. 1596!
Yeah, that was a... It was an off timing in a way. So Donnie thought, okay, if there was a Graveyard, it would have been used like a second before.
So just baiting out, making sure that the response... Beautiful play by KK, waiting for the right moment to throw that Graveyard down against Donnie.
Yeah, even against the RG, there's that hut, which is a great defensive tool.
So where is that RG? When are we going to see? We are now into double elixir time. This is where those pushes usually start happening, because you can easily invest 6 elixir into the Royal Giant.
Yeah, but as you can see, even without it, the tower HP is about the same. So with a better defense against the Graveyard with some more lightning damage, which actually didn't go in this time because he wasn't targeting that. Okay, he's setting up for a push.
There's the Graveyard, nothing to tank. The bar barrel was a little late, but the Princess Tower still goes for it anyway.
Yeah,
now starting to take out those.
Yeah, but some of the Furnace is actually taking the shot away from that Princess Tower, which is actually great for Donnie. It was less than 200 damage from the Graveyard only.
Good offensive poison there to make sure that that Furnace goes down. KK has a slight lead, but we haven't seen the final card from Donnie come
Even
down
a Golem
yet.
is still possible and would be nice.
Just to slow down everything in the back lines, it would be a good defensive option for Donnie. But we need to see something come down soon. He needs to start getting damage on the board. There is 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Way too many Spear Goblins spawning from those huts. He needs to spend a lot of elixirs, and those archers also going into the poison. That's gotta hurt.
KK is winning this war of attrition with these spawners. We've all been there against the heavy spawner deck where you just, there's a critical mass reached, and that critical mass ends up taking the game with the Graveyard getting a couple of hits on instantly. There is the poison to take out the archers in the back. 654 still ticking down. One more tick of poison, and that finishes 546 remaining here. And Donnie just hasn't really got a push going for a very long time.
Yeah, finally a new hut spawned. It's a
There's
great
the
time
Royal
for
Giant.
that RG.
There it is. Now, will he be able to do enough damage here?
Way too many hits on it.
Didn't even look at the tower. Another push snuffed out by KK. And Donnie is struggling to make an offensive push in this game. KK has throttled him, has controlled the pace perfectly, beginning to end. Another poison comes down. 330 remain on that tower.
With another Graveyard poison, it might be it. So Donnie's reaching for that final push, but the hut is pretty healthy and too many spears plus that Valkyrie Baby Dragon on that RG. It's never going to reach the tower with its own shot, and the time is up. And that's going to be a win for KK, holding that massive control with those huts. It was an impressive game.
KK throttled that game so hard. Donnie really couldn't do anything. Any push he tried was shut down. Even when the RGs started coming out, the Huts were always there to tank the hits, and there was enough bodies. There was the Barbarian, there was the Valkyrie, the Baby Dragon every time, plus the Spear Goblins coming out of the Hut. Just shutting Danny down, push after push after push after push.
Yeah, with the log, Danny was able to get lots of those Spear Goblins most of the time. But the real problem was that it kept on spawning, and the Hut never really stopped. There was one chance, which right after, Danny did get the initial drop with that Royal Giant, which was still, yeah, being well defended by a refreshed new Goblin Hut right after.
So this is the thing. Valkyrie is a good tool if the spawn is on your side with the graveyard. The spawn was not on his side. There were 4 skeletons right at the back just chipping away that whole time while the Valkyrie was moving down the left-hand side. And unfortunately for Danny, that Valkyrie was not an effective tool. And poison coming down again. We saw a possible chance here, but that RG was just smothered.
Yeah, Lightning okay when there are not too many targets, including if it hits like the Baby Dragon, Hut, and the tower, which is okay. The reason why Danny was able to chip in some damage, but when you see that many Huts, that many small lings coming down the lane all the time, yeah, you would be screaming for some poison of your own, or anything like an Earthquake. It could have been a super impressive spell card for Danny.
If you show someone the card usage count right now, you can tell that Danny was on the back foot the whole time. His offensive cards were rarely used. The Royal Giant used twice, the Lightning used 3 times. Yet the more defensive cards, the Baby Dragon, the Valkyrie, they just have to be thrown out. He couldn't survive if he wasn't being as defensive as he did. That game would have ended 2 minutes earlier.
Yeah, Furnace with Lightning was tough. And also KK really liked his patient play where you can just throw down a graveyard and also just hit the, with the poison, just hit the Furnace so it just goes down. But instead, I think all the time he chose to get those archers instead so that the skeletons may be doing 2 more hits to the tower, which was the right choice. Furnace was somewhat of a threat, but because of his own Valkyrie and own tank, lots of tools like the Baby Dragon, the Furnace Fire Spirits were never really getting past that line where it's supposed to get those Spear Goblins. That's what it's supposed to do, but yeah, taking so much damage. So KK knew what cards were the troubling cards against his Giant, against his graveyard. So great choice every single time. Really love that kind of play coming out from KK.
Yeah, but Jack is coming in now for Danny. Danny goes down. So Jack has played so many games. He has a 75% win rate. He's beat Sado, he beat Nuri, he beat Peas, and lost to Solomon. And then, in the 1v1 at the end, he's beaten Nuri and lost to Higher.
Yeah, before yesterday, he was on top 3 for the Fantasy Royale, for sure, because he played so many games and won so many games, too. Will that continue this weekend? He's on my list.
Is he?
Yes.
I had Benzer on mine. I feel like I made a grave mistake. Still playing well, though. All right. KK against Jack. 2 of the best players of Japan going at it in this King of the Hill match.
I'm pretty sure the Japanese stream has 5 times the viewer for this match only. Oh, surprise mortar. Okay.
A mortar coming down here. All right, and we do see that battle healer, Baby Dragon, so we probably know what that's going to be. That's going to be an E-Golem deck.
Yeah, and Motor Miner Rascal with the Skeleton Barrel from Jack.
Look at the tanking ability of that battle healer coming out of that 1v1 fight with that Rascal boy perfectly healthy, and the Miner has to come in, but unfortunately that just means more heals coming down. Dart Prince getting so much damage done. Jack not able to defend, and KK takes a fantastic lead this early in the game.
With just 4 cards.
With just 4 cards. And KK!
Yeah, with a...
Did you mix up your golems here?
He went with the real golem, which is something that he tried in the first week and also succeeded.
Trying to find that.
He's got a whole lot of damage already in, so he has some room available. And so E-Dragon's great against the Rascal girls.
Yeah, so much work getting done. The Electro Dragon here, closing everything up. A Battle Healer's very healthy. A rocket comes down, but it misses the E-Drag. The Electro Dragon skipped that rocket like it was nothing and got another hit or two on the tower. Okay,
yep.
So, yep, Dark Prince. So the last card probably then you're gonna say is the Mini P.E.K.K.A, which is what he played last time. Would you have changed that card up? Will we even get to see it? We don't know. KK has a very commanding lead going into this double elixir period.
Yep.
There is the Mini P.E.K.K.A. It's not looking good for Jack right now. The mortar is down defensively. A Battle Healer and a Golem with a Baby Dragon are pushing up. Where is the Electro Dragon? The rocket comes down, takes out the Battle Healer and the Baby Dragon. But KK can just defend, and still take this victory.
Yeah, and
Another
the best defense for KK is actually putting down that Golem every single time.
That is the Golem player's mantra right there. I'll defend by pushing into you.
Oh, the E-Dragon getting the girls all the time, which basically removes the spell usage from KK.
Yeah, and the E-Drag survives again here. 509 on the tower. The Barb Barrel comes in. What is KK going to use to defend that left-hand side? The aggressive mortar finally coming down from Jack, and there is the Golem played in the middle just to distract that mortar.
And then E-Dragon right on top, so that the girls will
the
connect.
Minor Bats coming down that right-hand side for Jack. It looked as though KK may have overextended ever so slightly, but no, KK is too good for that.
The
a good
death
tornado.
damage with the tornado, boom, into that tower and the rest of the troops right next to it. So he's saving the Baby Dragon because he knows that Minor will be the +2, that Jack will be trying to put out the maximum damage in the time that's left.
There's a Golem going down the right-hand side, so Jack opens up with the Goblin Gang. But the Barb Barrel, every answer, every question that Jack is trying to ask KK, KK just has the answer for it, but this Minor may actually turn a bit of the tide. Nope, Battle Healer takes down the Electro Dragon, and the Baby Dragon here doing work.
Way too many in the air. Motors just for Jack to actually buy time. And with that 30 seconds, Baby Dragon connecting onto the tower on top right.
Yeah, and it's also not the target, and the Battle Healers heal that up. The Baby Dragon finishes it off. KK winning game 2 against Jack with most of that damage in a Golem deck came from everything but the Golem. The Golem, I don't even think did much work on the tower.
Only the death damage couple of times from the Golem itself on left and the Golemites on the right. That was about it. And most of the damage coming from the initial few attacks. And where KK got a lot of value was from those Electro Dragons. Just working against those Rascals.
Look at that. That tornado just opened up a whole world of hurt for KK. Look how healthy that Battle Healer is moving into the tower. Those Goblins almost die instantly. And look at that, the Battle Healer once again back up. Dark Prince on the tower. Misses the Minor. The Minor doesn't catch the Dark Prince, which just allows all that damage to go into that tower.
Yeah, so there's another version of this, a newer version with the Skeleton Barrel. It's usually what we see. This is more of a traditional Motor Minor cycle from Jack. And with the Skeleton Barrel, you can just toss it to the other side and get some damage out from it, or at least the card, or something like a Barb Barrel out, so you can actually keep your troop, the troop that has a lot more in number on the other side. But in this kind of case, was super hard when you actually do not have that. A lot of the Spear Goblins did close to no work, only some in defense mode against the Golem, but against the Golem, the 3 Spear Goblins, they don't really do much.
No, they do not. And the battle healer is just downright disgusting when you get 2 or 3 underneath those baby dragons. I mean, what can you do as Jack? I'll tell you what he'll do. He'll pass the baton onto Expo Master, who, for Fav Gaming to take this King of the Hill, he needs to reverse sweep Ponos. He will need to take down at least KK. Then he might run into Reiki Jones, Tengod, and Yakatori.
Or Rad.
Or Rad.
Yes.
That's a uphill battle. But if anyone can do it, it's Expo Master.
Yes. And I think both Fav and Ponos, they have incredible roster in terms of 1v1 and what they can do. Well, KK already brought down Jack, who is considered to be strongest member from Fav. In a single game, Expo Masters, he's got the back, but will he turn things around? I mean, well, another side, I think, instead of Donnie, I think Kenzumeshi is also a great player when you're talking about lots of Golem play. KK did have few moments even last year, surprisingly bringing Golem all of a sudden. And also remember one of those Goblin Barrel play from out of nowhere. So KK is certainly controlling the game really well, reading what the opponent's going to do. And against Golem against the Motor, well, you know how happy you are when you face that kind of a matchup.
It's a beautiful feeling. I often shed one single manly tear every time I get to see a Mortar on ladder.
Oh, you devil.
It's beautiful.
You
it's
Golem.
Beautiful. Okay, let's talk KK. He didn't have a good season in the last season of CRL Asia with game width.
Especially when it came down to the playoff.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was not a good season for game width at all in the second season. First season was pretty good.
Yeah, went to the final.
Yeah, didn't win.
Against Ponos, and on stage, there were some moments, but this is online.
Yeah.
So I think he is feeling stress-free. He can put out his 100%, 110% in the matchup right now.
Yeah, well, it comes down to this. KK may be able to finish this game early for Ponos, but Expo Master in the red at the top for Fav Gaming has a chance to bring it all back for his team. So we're gonna have to find out what happens here. The Miner caught expertly with that mini P.E.K.K.A, and the Bats get nothing done.
And KK brings out his own hog. And with the slight variation from Expo, Dark Goblin, which is one of his personal favorite cards in this matchup.
One of the better cards in this meta right now. The Dark Goblin just has so many good targets that it can take out, and with its range and its attack speed, it can stay out of a lot of trouble.
Yeah, using the badge to activate the King Tower. That's basically, with the player playing the Firecracker, you would basically expect that King Tower to be activated all the time.
Which is interesting, putting Hog Rider and Firecracker together, because you know you're going to activate the King Tower. So interesting choices going on all around. We do see the Mega Knight coming down for Expo Master. And Firecracker, again, takes out that Dark Goblin instantly. After we talk about how it can stay alive for the longest of times.
It actually, against the Mega Knight, is also okay. She actually goes back, and the Mega Knight jump doesn't do any damage to her. And there are some of those moments, if you can calculate that, that's great.
Just one hit from the hug this time for KK. Expo Master throws down his Miner, but doesn't actually catch it this time round, and the Firecracker does have to take it out. Expo Master gets a lead very early on here. As we
By
enter,
a couple hundreds only.
Yeah. Every little helps, you know? And just as we enter the double time, the double elixir period, we do see Expo Master take a lead, but the Hog Rider from KK wants to try and change that, but there are a lot of bodies in front and no hits again. Miner trying to catch the Firecracker this time to buy extra time for that Goblin Gang to be able to get to the tower. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out this time, but it was a very cheeky move from Expo Master. With this hog, gets one hit in. The Dark Goblin there, trying to stop it with the bats, does manage to do so. And that Dark Goblin, look at the value it just generated. Takes out the skeletons, and he's going to get 3-4 hits in on the tower. And the mini P.E.K.K.A. doesn't catch the miner.
These cycles from both players going left and right. They want more. They do not want a perfect defense. They want more. They are greedy. They want to get more damage. There's 2 hits from the Hog Rider on the top right. Now Expo Master has been focusing on that bottom left for some time, and most of the time they have been soaked by those skeletons and the Ice Golem.
Look at the damage the skeletons got from that barrel this time, down to 537. KK is losing his stranglehold on this match. Mega Knight comes down from Expo Master to try and stop that Hog Rider, and it does.
And the King Tower's cannon shot locks that Hog Rider with the final damage. Yeah, exactly how you eat that jump damage, like that from KK, but the skeleton perfectly timed with the Hog, but still the miner, I believe, got 1 hit.
Yeah, 293 remaining there. Hog Rider gets 1 hit on the other side, but the Dark Goblin helps clean that up with the Goblin Gang.
Even onto the right bottom, only 398, so Expo Master can choose a side and have a surprise attack onto the right side.
He just needs 1 hit from this miner. He needs 1 hit from these skeletons. Is he going to get it? He does, but it's not enough. He needs 1 more. He needs 1 more hit, and suddenly, I think KK...
He needs a little more with the log together.
KK can finish this.
He can't make it happen, but...
do it, but the miner and the poison is going to finish
with the death damage from the skeleton barrel. Expo Master. How much? Was it 36 left on top right?
Yep. Earthquake and the log could have finished it off.
Yeah, it was just with the log damage, I believe. Another super close 1 tick away match. Expo Master bringing down KK. This is the type of game that you would expect to come out. Wow. So those firecrackers at the end actually, yeah, being a pretty good tool.
Yeah, it gets a little bit of chip damage in on that tower every now and then. Just, man, the Hog Rider is just getting shut down time after time. So eating that jump was very important. Bringing it closer and closer to the tower. Unfortunately, Expo Master does get 1 hit on that Mega Knight on that tower. And then the Dark Goblin, look at this. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, those, Dark Goblin shoots fast.
Even if it's right under the tower, it still gets so much damage, and that was a very important log there. Opening up the space for the Hog Rider to get 2 hits, and this is where it looks kind of even, but here we go. Death damage. It looks as though KK
1 skeleton
has done
connects
enough.
That 1 skeleton damage.
So 303 remain. There's the Earthquake. 120. Miner, Poison, and the death damage.
Oh, such a close game.
Are we going to see... Okay, if KK could have had something other than Earthquake...
No, with the Hog Rider, it has to be.
With the Hog Rider, yeah, you generally would, but if you didn't. These, like, the ticks on Earthquake are a little bit too slow to help you try and finish off a game.
But it does more damage. I mean, in total, compared to Poison, it doesn't, but with less
more
time,
damage quicker, right?
And this archetype, you just have to have Earthquake right now with how many bomb towers and Goblin Nuts and all the buildings are there. This came down to the final tick under control, and KK also did a great job against Expo Master's miners. The mini P.E.K.K.A., I think about 3 out of 5 times it was right on the spot.
Yep, well, Yakitori is stepping into KK's shoes here. How many games has Yakitori played so far this season?
Beep.
Yeah, 0 games this season, so it could take Expo Master by surprise, but Expo Master is playing in Japan. He does live there with the FAV Gaming team in their team house, so they've probably scrimmed or probably played against each other at some point in the last 3 months.
Yes, so let's see what happens in this case. And so far, like all the styles from Japanese teams just bringing a lot of control. Somewhat surprised to see Golden, but it was KK, and with history, we can draw the 2 dots and then draw a line in between. Yakitori was sometimes a surprise factor in King of the Hill, but most of the times the other way around, as did record lots of losses.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if it was a stage nerves that he couldn't really do so, because if he's coming out this many times, it has to be from the scrim result. Okay, you are among the best within our squad, so you go prove that on stage. It was totally a different story in the regular matches of the league that we saw.
Yakitori actually
but online,
has the highest trophies. In the whole of Ponos, Yakitori has the highest amount of trophies.
which means
Nothing.
no, which means online tournaments are the way to go. Special season, Yakitori becomes a news rising star for Ponos.
Possibly, as we have Fav Expo Master in red at the top and Ponos Yakitori in blue at the bottom. As we take probably another minute of
Minute 20.
waiting. What's your favorite card so far this meta?
Dark Goblin.
Ooh.
Always.
Always?
It's so good. I don't think it's broken, but because not many people prefer to play compared to other cards, it actually has a really good a place for it in a lot of decks.
It requires a very special meta to be able to shine. And right now, it is that meta where we have a lot of graveyards, a lot of skeleton barrels. That's where it shines the most, cleaning up other people's messes, basically.
Yep.
I
Pairs
like
up really well with the Knight. And a lot of small bodies. And sometimes it sneaks to the left and the right, and he hits the tower once or twice.
Well, I mean,
which
if
stacks
goes,
up.
Yeah, if he goes naked in, it's always 3
4.
or
Yeah, 4 shots. It's always 4 shots.
It's so quick. Ugh, it's disgusting. But we got 20 seconds left until the start of this game. As we're going to head into double elixir. What does this mean for both players? What do you think they're going to be playing if they're waiting for this moment?
Expo time.
You think?
Still
We used to see a lot of heavy decks when it comes to this, but we've also seen a decent amount of cycle decks. And we see the battle healer, so it looks like it's going to be Elixir Golem. There we go from Yakitori. But Expo Master actually tries to counter this really hard with the graveyard and is getting a lot of damage. The Barbarian Barrel did not get enough skeletons that time. The Dark Prince is going to connect as well here. That tower is almost down already. Expo Master with an explosive start.
But okay, Yakitori, because of that, gets a big stack of attack onto the right side without the bomb tower. Now, okay, Inferno locked onto the Dark Prince first, so that's a whole lot more damage.
Yeah, the Dark, but Expo Master's trying to defend with everything he has here. 6 to 8 remain. He's turned into a big push, but there is a baby dragon on that top left-hand side who is going to take it. The E-Drag isn't going to connect to the Inferno Dragon. That's important at this point. The 2 archers underneath. The skeletons from that graveyard actually got a lot of work. The poison is there.
So with another snowball, I think Expo Master can just finish. Okay, one snowball plus any kind of damage. A cycle with another poison would just do it. Yakitori could not win the race. I mean, he had to split because of his defending troops against the graveyard. He had no choice because that's the moment which was decided by Expo. Yakitori started with the left, with the battle healer. That was, which actually became the losing factor if you just continue that story. But it's somewhat controlled by Expo Master to attack on the other side, so that his battle healer cannot connect with the defending troop against the graveyard.
Yeah, you really want that Dark Prince behind that push to help push the Elixir Golem, but Expo Master saw that, and it was like, I don't know if he had some kind of like horrific flashback or something like that, but he just exploded. Like, that push was just so explosive from Expo Master. Look at this. The Ice Golem is there. The Dark Prince. The Ice Golem tanks up. And look how much damage. The Barb Arrow didn't even get 3 skeletons. He got 2 skeletons. It should have been played a bit further back, I guess, but he was trying to catch the Dark Prince. And look at that. 4-3-1 in just one push. This was scary, though. This was very, very scary. The bomb tower is there to help defend, but the Dark Prince and the Elixir Golem on the tower. But Expo Master kept his cool, cleaned it up, and that is game over there as we get Rad as the final member of Ponos to try and stop Expo Master completing the reverse sweep. Some would say at some point that Expo Master was washed up. I think he started to definitely shut up those haters. I think you were among those, right? I think you were among those people saying that Expo Master was washed up.
Last year, I said that he's having too much pressure within his team. Last year.
It wasn't just that, though. He also was in the big exam period as well last year.
Yeah, he was going to school at the same time of playing professionally. So that gives the amount of time you need to focus on the practicing and learning about your opponents and all that. Of course, if you focus on one, you can certainly excel better.
You can do both, but
it's possible
for those who don't know.
If you're Einstein, but if you're not.
But I mean, for those who don't know how hard the Sunung test is in Korea, it's a ridiculously difficult test.
Think of an SAT that you can only take once a year. So if you fail, you need to wait an entire year. So you need to prepare your entire family. Like matches up to you. Like when you need to go to the bathroom, it will be open for you. Like your entire family is like looking at you the entire year, so you can do well on the exam.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure coming there. So he had that pressure. Plus, he was the star player on both teams he played for, OPGG and Kingzone Dragon X last year. This time he's sharing that weight with Jack. So it's definitely worth talking about. Like when you share that weight with your teammates, it's much easier to handle. But Rad now has a lot of pressure to try and get this win for his team.
Well, it always comes down. I'm loving the King of the Hill. We don't really have like a 3. We never had a 3-0s yet.
Yeah.
So it's
been close.
Yeah, it's been close. And like back and forth. We had like reverse sweep 2-0 and then 2-2. And then usually going to the final game, at least like game 4. So it's been a real treat to have the King of the Hill to begin with compared to what we had in Clash Royale League Asia, where
it was always at the end.
It was always at the end, and we had some 3-0s. Yeah. Not too many, but it feels like the season is just getting so much better in terms of competitive.
Well, we have in blue at the bottom, Ponos Rad sitting at a 50% win ratio in King of the Hill. He has beaten Nuamichi and lost to AUK. But Fav Expo Master in red at the top, currently on a hot streak. 2 wins today, maybe making it 3. We're going to find out in just a tick. Actually, Expo Master is undefeated in King of the Hill so far this season. Out of 4 games, he's got 4 wins. Can he make it 5?
Rad.
It's gonna be tough.
Oh, that's an emote. Can't want more. Or Rad. Has brought Elixir Golem, Barbarian Hut, Tornado Poison combo. In the beginning match against TT Gaming. Had 1 win, 1 loss. 1 win against Nuamichi, which was pretty strong. But against the AUK, he had a really hard time against the Royal Hog deck.
Yeah, but he has only played 1 deck this season. He's played it twice. But the Miner is a big difference from that deck. And we do see the Mega Minion as well. Miner and Mega Minion, and Expo Master only so far has played the Electro Wizard. And the Zap is going to help clean that up. And a Lava Hound from Rad. Is this go time for Expo Master, or does he have the tools to defend this?
Ice Wizard and E-Wiz. Plus a
Balloon
Zap.
Valkyrie coming down on that right-hand side for Expo Master. He does decide to try and split their damage, but the Baby Dragon and the Electro Wizard here, are they going to be able to stop the balloon? No, 1. Make it 2, and the death damage. And he does have Inferno Dragon on that left-hand side, but Barbarians and Baby Dragon from Rad with the Miner in the back. The Miner targets onto that Ewiz. The Valkyrie is there, but one of the Barbarians did connect.
Not even close to the damage that it's been done to the bottom right already. Valkyrie coming in hot and saving the day with the zap. Another balloons, and this one's actually being... Oh, with the Miner stealing some of that damage.
Yeah, but it's not going to get the drop this time round. Just the death damage, 338, but at this point, that's all that Expo Master needs. There are 20 seconds remaining in standard time. Valkyrie, Ice Whiz coming down here. The Valkyrie is going to make light work of those Barbarians unless it gets overwhelmed, and it is. Suddenly, everything is coming through for Rad. Will Expo Master be able to defend this? But that Miner on the bottom, 2 HP left. 1 spell will do it for Expo Master.
And he's just going to cycle everything because there's no big lava. There's no Miner can do only so much. This has to be perfectly defended, but not in time. Expo Master comes in hot. Reverse sweeps. Ponos.
100% win ratio for Expo Master after 5 different games.
Win, win, win again for Expo Master. If you take out his triple draft record, he is perfect.
Wow. KK took out Donnie, took out Jack. Expo Master with everything on the line for his team steps up again for Fav Gaming and closes out the King of the Hill. 100% win rate. I can't keep saying it enough. After 5 games, that's incredible at this level, but look at this balloon.
Yeah, the Ewiz actually goes down from the Valkyrie swing, which lets the balloon to go straight, lacking the damage. Yeah, with just the Baby Dragon attached onto the balloon all the time. And on the other hand, Inferno Dragon against the lava. Yep, and there was no Miner attached to it, so it was no problem.
Yeah, the zap there to cycle back into the Valkyrie to handle those barbs was a very nice move by Expo Master, but Rad just could not catch that Miner. He only had a Miner of his own, an Ewiz, and the Barbarians on the ground that could do that work for him. And the problem is most of those are a little bit too expensive to be catching Miners with. You don't want to use your own Miner to catch another Miner, right?
Only at desperate times when you know that you're going to win.
Alright, Rad's last card was Poison, which definitely would not have turned any of the tides in this game.
Yeah, only if you really had a chance against the Inferno Dragon and maybe like the Ice Wiz together. Then there was a... No, basically there was no chance in the real game because he was also creating his own way with the Barbarian. He had to do something on the other side with the Inferno Dragon at the presence on one of the side. So it was a hard game. If he had something like a tornado, maybe he could have activated the King Tower, which doesn't really fit his archetype too much. So, well, that countered from Expo Master, and he brings it home for Fab, which is actually crazy.
Yeah. The reverse sweeping, one of the hardest teams in the league. One of the rivals, the intense rivals of Fav Gaming is Ponos. So the fact that he just did that, any Fav Gaming player may just be like writing Expo Master over maybe Jack's name on the back of their jerseys. Like, it is possible. I just want to talk. Yesterday you were saying this meta is really opening up for Valkyrie to come in and swoop in and save the day.
I told you.
And it's starting to happen on day 2 of week 2. We didn't see it much yesterday, but we've started to see it a lot more today.
Yeah, I think I said it yesterday where I've seen close to no Valkyrie after the patch day 1, and then starting from day 2 and 3, it started after watching so many replays. Got to see some Valkyries, barely any Hogs, with even with the Valkyrie was still Royal Hogs, and then starting from yesterday was more of Hog, and then yeah, more Valkyries because of the Skeleton Barrel. Now we see a lot less Skeleton Barrel compared to what we had at the beginning after the patch. I think it's going to be up and down. From now on, those are going to be a few counter cards if you can actually have that bomb tower, or will there be EQ? I think those are going to be the counters after one another, like rock paper scissors in like 10 different modes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Triple draft is coming.
Valkyrie time.
No. Who do you send out? Do you send out Yakitori? KK? Well, you want to save KK, right? In case you go down
Yes,
to
I would like to
1v1.
see KK on 1v1 best of 3. That's my idea if I was Ponos.
No, it is 10
10
God.
God.
So maybe saving KK for that 1v1. Who are we going to see from Fav? Is it Expo Master? No, it is Jack.
Jack playing triple draft. Yes. Oh, is this the mind game? When the Hog Rider comes out for Jack, and you're on the opposite side, you think, is he really going for that Hog Rider or is he not? That's the real mind game right here. When there was just like when there's a ban card, do you ban a Hog Rider against Jack or do you not?
Yeah. Well, you know what this means, don't you? If we do go to that 1v1 at the end of the day, it cannot be Jack from Fav Gaming. And you would, if you are...
bring out Expo Master.
Exactly. It's a 1-2 punch that just knocks everything out. It's like 2-punch man. It's not quite 1-punch man, but it's 2-punch man at this point. All right. We see Tengod here taking his time. Jack finished what feels like an eternity ago in his draft. I think he drafts like I do, where you hit everything on the left-hand side and hope for the best.
No way.
Maybe this time he's going to bring Expo Sparky and make it work.
Yeah, that was certainly a triple draft deck.
All right, so the Skeleton Barrel comes in, and there is the Electro Dragon from Tengod. Good start in picks for both these players, and there are the bats.
Yeah, which is still not even perfect. Those skeletons actually do quite a lot of damage, including the death damage.
And it's damage very, very quick too. The Bandit is going to be there, and a Night Witch from Tengod.
Nice, no dash. Yeah, but still the Mega Minion locked onto the Night Witch easily. So that's gone, only the bats.
Good Fireball, making sure that Hunter doesn't get anything else down. We're still waiting to see the win conditions from both of these players. You do see one big spell. We see no spells so far from Jack. And he does have, I want to say it's an advantage now when you have that Goblin HUD, because it does so much work. And trying to activate the King Tower, Jack just out of time.
We all knew what he wanted to do.
There's a Graveyard from Jack. So many skeletons now.
Tornado saves the day. All the bats were gone from the death damage of the Skeleton Barrel.
Look how much work those skeletons are getting from that graveyard. 12:30, 12:03.
You know what? Skeletons need to be nerfed. That's what I think nowadays. In terms of damage.
Don't say that, because then skeletons would be bad. That's one of my favorite cards. Okay, Lumberjack and the Royal Giant. This is
surprise attack.
Surprise, surprise, but the Hunter on the side is going to get a lot of damage, and the Bandit charge too.
3 shots directly into the tower with that rage dropping from the Lumberjack. It's okay,
it's
not bad.
Equaling us up. The Bandit does get the charge in though. Jack!
640 from that Bandit.
Tengod didn't try to defend it at all. It looks like he wants to build up this Royal Giant Lumberjack. I don't know what he's trying to do with these Night Witches. It's not ideal to be leaving her out on her own like that. She needs some love and protection, you know?
Yes. So Jack trying to defend this one out and then look for that massive poison.
Yeah, didn't get any Royal Giant shots in. Tengod is very much on the back foot.
Spear Goblins are stacking up. Oh, even the Spears are connecting. Few shots. That might be it with the poison.
Yeah, that is it with the poison. Tengod loses that tower. And we see another Royal Giant loaded up on the right-hand side. I don't think it's going to be able to damage quick enough here.
Even with the rage onto the tower within the time that's left. No, it was a great idea. It certainly had a theme, which was Lumberjack RG with some of the backup units like the E-Dragon. If he could have stacked with on RG, I think it could have been really strong. But E-Dragon was used all the time against the Spear Goblins and the Night Witch, which was never paired up for that one big push. Yeah, Jack really never let that happen.
Well, I mean, Royal Giant going against Goblin Hut these days, after the change, it always leans on the player playing the Hut, right? It's really hard as a Royal Giant player now to break through that Goblin Hut and survive. Have enough of a push left over, have enough HP on that Royal Giant to turn it into an offense. It's always just closed down too quickly.
So what you're saying is Royal Giant needs a buff? not again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tengod, like, Jack didn't activate the King Tower there, but it didn't matter. And look at the damage getting done here. Even with the Night Witch, the poison taking care of the bats just destroys her defensive, her defensive power.
Yeah, the real key card for Jack, I think, was there are lots of tools that he made it really good for his own attack, but those hunters right next to that big body, always getting chunk of HP out with each bullet shot. Yeah, it's certainly a good tool to use.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of players so far in this season do a really good job of blocking out the hunter from hitting your key cards. Like, you have a baby dragon on the side or something else that could tank 1 or 2 buckshots from it. But unfortunately, in triple draft, you cannot guarantee that answer against the hunter. So, unfortunately, Tengod goes down here. But there is still game 2. Yes, 5 Gaming's Jack have match point.
One more game.
But it is triple draft. Anything can happen, except seeing, obviously, the giant skeleton, the 3 musketeers, the mirror, and the clone. They're still not available in this mode.
You got it.
But we do have...
What else? What did we not see yet from the triple draft?
From the triple draft? I think we've seen everything.
We've seen most.
Taking a look, we've seen freeze.
We actually did not see a lava, right? From the triple draft.
No, we have.
We have? Okay.
We have. Yeah, we have. We haven't seen a goblin cage. The cage.
Yes.
We haven't seen it.
Which is one of the defensive cards.
It is against... All right. We haven't seen it, but when you look at the category, it's against...
Yes.
It's against it's against P.E.K.K.A. It's against Mini P.E.K.K.A. It's against Lumberjack. It's against Barb Hut, Goblin Hut, Barbs. It's never going to get picked in that category.
Yeah, I think Goblin Hut's... At the end, spawning a set of goblins, which sort of draws another spell. I think it makes it really, really challenging for the opponent to defend perfectly against it, or else you take a lot of spear shots, which is a couple hundred already.
Jack is trying to speed run triple draft right now. He's drafted his whole deck, and Tengod...
He must have got a Hog Rider.
Like,
oh, Hog Rider? Okay, this one, this card, left, right, center.
Or Jack plays it in a way where he's just like, I'm not going to focus on what you have. I'm going to focus on building my deck. I don't want to see your stuff.
Yeah, sometimes thinking less about too many things actually work better.
Being a simpleton?
Yes.
Yep. So
Simple's the best.
See, this is why you can't nerf skeletons from any of the barrels or the graveyards, because then these... my Larrys!
That's the damage!
My Larrys, man, my Larrys!
I think it's HP damage and everything is the same, 67?
Just reduce it. Just reduce its HP to 1.
No.
Because nothing would change.
No, actually, Earthquake... Yeah.
Yeah, Earthquake would be the only thing that would change. If
yeah, because Earthquake, it survives 1 tick from Earthquake.
cloning skeletons makes
Or
it...
reduce it down to 62, so it survives an earthquake, and it does 5 less damage? Oh, who knows? But the skeletons have been... talking about skeletons.
Talk of the devil, and he will come. Skarmy coming down from Tengod and a fisherman. We've seen fishermen actually prove to be very useful. And you're perfectly right. I think that's why Jack was so quick. He's drafted the perfect Hog Rider deck.
Okay, but, because the fisherman was used on the left, now with the fisherman available from Tengod in cycle, waiting for that Hog Rider, Jack has to be careful about that pull.
Oh, the arrows. The arrows went to take down the firecracker, but the skeletons did just enough. So now you have a full HP hunter barreling down the lane. The spear goblins are going to die. Well, 2 of them, and then 1 survives to die to a princess tower.
Zappies!
And they all lock on, and there's a tornado.
Okay.
The pull on the Hog Rider buys a little bit of time, but this Hog Rider is getting a lot of damage in. 1742 remaining on that bottom right tower.
Yeah, the tornado pulled the fisherman into the range of the princess tower, so really good. The firecracker actually, does not lock on to. Can be dangerous with fisherman now.
Yeah, the fisherman does get onto that tower. The P.E.K.K.A was there, and 3 arrows, and suddenly, just like that, Tengod takes the lead. Jack drafting a near perfect, actually looking at it right now, it's a perfect Hog Rider deck. And here's Tengod with with his mismatched deck, somehow managing to eke out a lead and possibly take the victory here.
Waiting for that Hogs. No, there's going to be a big spell, so Tengod was trying to draw it out on the left side. Didn't really happen. Still, the Hog got a shot.
Valkyrie does take care of everything. The Hunter is going to be there. There is the P.E.K.K.A. Now Tengod has to support the P.E.K.K.A. Try and get it to the tower. What is Tengod's win condition? And there we see it. There we see the balloon. What does he have to defend? He doesn't have anything.
Tornado only, and it only buys some time.
But he gets one hit anyway. Tengod taking an advantage here, a very strong one. There's the skeletons to take out the Hog Rider before it gets any damage done. The Valkyrie's going to take that out. Can Tengod stop this?
And the Hunter Duck gets no damage against it. So Jack really needs to be careful with the Firecracker too against the P.E.K.K.A. Balloon will be coming again for that damage.
Yeah, now we do have the option of Jack putting down that Hunter anytime soon. Right at the front of the tower, takes it out. No damage this time, but the Death Bomb will greatly reduce the Hunter's HP. No damage done. But look at this. Jack is reloading time after time with these Hunters to help support this push. But unfortunately, I just don't think it's going to work. There is a tornado, but all that's done is put more bodies in the way of the Hog Rider.
Tornado was just used the perfect time for the balloon, which was not hit by that fireball. Now it goes straight in. Hunter locked 100% onto that balloon.
Oh, and the fisherman!
Pulled in by the fisherman. Perfect time.
All right. Jack drafted a very functional Hog Rider deck.
with Valkyrie, with Skeleton, Mini P.E.K.K.A, Tornado Fireball. That was not a traditional, but one of a standard Hog Rider deck, basically. And the real problem came down because a Firecracker can actually just eat that P.E.K.K.A by herself. And you can win that massive Elixir win trade because she keeps on pulling back, and the P.E.K.K.A will just follow her and go to the other side of the tower. But because of those arrows, Jack could not make that play, and because the arrows also damaging the tower just over 100 every single time, he actually used Hunter after a while.
So this is where Jack probably should have slowed down and took a good look at what Tengod was drafting, because he used all his anti-air very frivolously, and there was always the possibility of a balloon coming in.
Yeah. And the difference between like a bandit would charge into a target that drops before the dash, but fisherman, if it locks onto the target, even if something's deployed after, it still goes to the target. So that was, I think, one of the key difference right there.
Yep, and bodying that Hog Rider. Look at the tornado. All it did was just help those skeletons get the surround quicker than before, and the fireball comes in, but the balloon just completely avoided it. The P.E.K.K.A. took most of the damage from that hunter, and then the fisherman.
Yeah. So the fisherman did not take damage from the fireball either. And it doesn't... If it was hit, I think it could have been super close. Hunter hitting another balloon, but balloon being close enough for the death damage to the tower anyhow.
This is just spitballing. We wouldn't know. We'd have to completely
theory
rerun the
crafting
match.
here, but anyhow, because of the balloon and the fact that Jack ended up holding that tornado against the balloon all the time, which means that Skarmy would survive against the Hog Rider most of the time. So in that spell trade, I think Tengad just had it with the balloon surprise.
Well, here's another thing. Tengad probably saw that draft and was like, all right,
Hog Rider, 100%.
He's gonna pick this. He's gonna pick this. And then when you see that Hog Rider or like everything starting to look like a Hog Rider deck, Tengad was probably sitting there going, well, it's obvious what he's going to be playing. He's going to be picking everything for his Hog Rider deck.
And so you can also, you don't know the cards, but you can see how fast the opponent is choosing. And you, as we also saw on screen, and with that much time left, you would be guessing, I think he just went with the Hog Rider deck.
And it's also worth noting that both players do see the same cards at the same time.
Yes.
It's not split. So if Jack picked that Hog Rider first, if it was the win conditions first, and Tengad saw that, he was like, okay,
balloon.
Jack's gonna pick Hog Rider. I'll pick Balloon. Let's see what the next couple of cards are. And then Tengad is just like, oh no. Oh no. Ooh. Okay, he's just got a full Hog Rider deck. Well, what am I gonna do? You know what he does? Mans up and just destroys him.
All right. Third game of Triple Draft. Jack's still on a match point. But Tengad seriously had a game for himself against Jack's Hogs.
He's done it once, he could do it again. Tengad can take this. He's shown that Jack is not the greatest Triple Draft player in the world, even when luck is completely on his side.
There's that small spell.
Minions to take out the Hunter.
Yep.
No response from Jack, so...
Cheap anti-air.
Yep, holding things back here are the bats.
Yep. Bats minions. The anti-air for both. And the miner for mini tank.
The log coming down from Jack, just cycling, trying to find out what his next cards are going to be. Trying to get what he needs in his hand to start.
So we've seen the appetizers. Come on, bring it up. We don't want more salads.
This is the
Let's
waiting
bring some
time.
seafood and meat being grilled right now.
This is like when you're at the restaurant, you order a steak, and then it takes like an hour and a half to cook, and you're like, I'm eating it rare. What are you cooking for an hour?
So they ran out of meat and had to go get it.
Okay, so we do see a battle healer from Tengad and the P.E.K.K.A. from Jack.
And there's that win condition from Tengad. Will still take a hit.
Yep, he can't deny everything, but does deny most. And there is a Sparky. Tengad gets a Sparky.
Anti-tank.
Fireball comes down, cleans that up. Is there a distraction here for Tengad? Doesn't need it. Sparky.
So there's no zap, but in E-Wiz, which is just out of cycle for Zac. Okay, has to use a rocket.
Yep. Even trades there, 6 for 6. And the Barbarian Hut. So now that the rocket's gone, that Barb Hut... Okay, that Barb Hut is going to be able to live a lot longer, but Jack waited for that Barb Hut to come down because he knows his Expo will be able to target it. Unfortunately, Battle Healer is such a good tank that Expo is never going to connect on that Barb Hut. And the Barb Hut lives.
This will be very, very challenging.
Ooh, the Sparky didn't get the E-Wiz in the back here. The Battle Healer takes out the Miner, did distract it. An Executioner. Battle Healer. Okay, Battle Healer is still nearly at full HP.
Okay, this feels like a real triple draft of deck cards for both. Oh, and the Bomber! Out of surprise. Still really good, but the Fireball catches both.
Yeah, but the Hog Rider did get one hit due to that Fireball just knocking back the P.E.K.K.A. And then you see this, the Expo comes down. Does Tengod have enough tanks that he can cycle to quickly to be able to tank? He does have that Battle Healer, so the answer is obviously
that will take a whole lot of shots for Expo.
Bomber.
And the Hog Rider to take out the Expo too. Tengod really finding the cycle, and also Jack connecting some damage with the Expo now.
Yeah, it does get some. He's still behind. And those minions cheekily getting a couple more hits. The Barb Hug comes down, so this is Tengod trying to get the rocket out of hand, maybe. There is the Expo played very defensively. A Fireball comes in, does catch everything there.
Yeah, at the perfect time. The Barb Hut takes a whole lot of damage out from the Expo. There's just way too many high HP units for Tengod.
There's the rocket, connects to the tower and the Sparky. So Jack starting, we want to say now, the rocket cycle. He wants to always have those rockets on the tower. Does that mean that Tengod starts putting those Sparkies further higher up? He starts putting them back, but look at this! The Hog Rider gets through. 1, 2, 2 hits, 488 remain, and look at that. Tengod instantly trying to put bodies in front of that Expo. He cannot risk that Expo locking onto the tower. A Hog Rider coming down. Great Fireball!
Oh no, has to use a rocket, but still the minions will do some damage from the bats.
One more Fireball. One more.
It's okay, just Jack just throwing down everything with the Miner. The Bomber does not reach the tower, and with the spell, that's it. Tengod keeps Ponos alive in the triple draft. And we are going to set 3 once again.
Those wonky triple drafts are just so much fun.
When do we get to see Wizards and Bombers in competitive match?
Bombers have been making somewhat of a comeback until the recent patch.
Yeah, because of this many big troop cards. Not too bad actually right now in the meta. Somewhat of a replacement of Bomb Tower can also be a thing. But Tengod holding that beautiful controller, everything is okay. Sparky, some great control, and Jack even calculating the push back on the Sparky, catching the damage onto the Princess Tower. Those knock rockets were actually really beautiful to watch, but way too many bodies. The Battle Healer, even the Executioner takes a whole lot of arrows from the Expo.
That hit was very important there. Helped Tengod to close it up when he had the chance. And look at that. The E-Wiz doesn't just now manages to start hitting onto the Sparky. But look at the bodies. The bodies here just trying to block everything.
Some beautiful Fireball uses from Tengod. That rocket comes, but after the hit of Hog Rider.
Tengod choosing to throw that Fireball down to open the path for the Hog Rider instead of going for the tower was a crucial decision from the lad. He had to do that in order to bring himself into Fireball range, into the way of just closing out the match. Tengod, take a bow, quick on his feet, manages to close out the triple draft. Oh. Can you imagine ever seeing those decks in real play?
I'm running out of breath, and I think my heart's beating a little too fast.
Whew. Okay, let's calm it down. Set 3 is quickly approaching. Who do you send out from each team? It's got to be KK. It's got to be KK.
No Tengod, no Jack. And KK versus Expo, that's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm feeling.
It has to be, right?
Like there was they okay, KK went first, then Expo went last. So there was that one game in match, which could be a repeat in set 3. I think that's the real sword versus sword, spear versus spear. I'm running out of breath, running out of energy now. And we have one more match. No, this is going to be great.
Triple Draft does that to you. Okay. So we're going all the way to the final set again. I was not expecting this. You definitely wasn't expecting this. You were expecting 2-0 to FUF Gaming, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That was a fair shot, but Tengod threw a spanner in those plans.
Which was great.
Yeah. Even though Jack got the perfect Hog Rider deck in Triple Draft.
The balloon.
Tengod was just like, you're drafting way too quickly,
balloon
lad.
arrows, man.
Boom, 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 boom. All right.
Arrows too good. Like when it's one of the spells because you don't expect it to come out. Sometimes you just reveal a whole lot of cards like the Firecracker, Dark Goblin, lots of the small goblins, and then the arrows, and the board is clear in a second.
But using it against one Firecracker is still value.
Yeah, still, yeah, just
equivalent.
Neutral, yeah.
Equivalent
and
exchange.
oftentimes you do the damage to the tower, so it's plus the value.
Yeah.
Unless the Firecracker already got a shot. Usually.
But then you wouldn't be hitting the tower if the Firecracker got a shot.
Well, you can still, the radius is pretty
Unless
big, so you can still catch it. It's not the hardest thing in the world. I mean, arrows are pretty easy, right, guys? Like, there's no knockback. There's no reset, so you don't really need to time it perfectly and just shoots right away. It's not the old arrows.
That voice she just did was hilarious.
It's the YouTube chat voice. Not talking about you guys.
He is. Don't believe his lies. Okay, so what are we going to see from the teams? We've already said it's probably going to be KK against Expo Master. Would you throw in...
Maybe
you know who we haven't seen? Kensumeshi.
I know. Golem Meshi. And Golem versus Golem from KK, Golem from Kensumeshi would be... like, we've seen some 2v2 in a way where KK also stepped in for 2v2 very few times, but Kensumeshi always playing 2v2. We haven't seen that exact matchup, but 1v1 Golem versus Golem mirror match, it would be great. I mean, it would complete the day.
Peas versus Kensumeshi in the future. WEDGM versus
FUF
FUF Gaming.
If that happens in the playoff, oh man, I don't need a chair. We need moving cameras, man. We need a camera person to move cameras because we're going to be standing and jumping up and down. Yeah.
It's going to be nuts.
Yeah, right now with just 2 of us in the room.
Yeah. Our cameraman is invisible. Okay, so what are we going to see?
Rad!
It's going to be Rad.
What? The game already started.
Okay, we're straight into it. Ponos Rad versus FUF Gaming's Expo Master. And we see the giant skeleton from Rad here. Probably looks like he was expecting an Elixir Golem deck from Expo Master. So it's probably Graveyard. Haven't seen this in quite some time, actually. The Giant Skeleton Graveyard deck was quite popular not too long ago, but then quickly died out and went out of fashion, mainly because it does that. It got 500 damage, and that is it.
Yeah, mainly because it was on 2v2 on the other side of fashion. But this might not be the only trick. Rat might be holding another type, but okay, Expo Master does have the poison. So it might be okay in terms of his own defense, and his cycle is actually quick enough if you take out that Mega Knight.
Oh, almost one hit. Nothing done, Rad.
Yeah, Dark Goblin also really good against all the Spear Goblins and also the Hut.
3 of those Spear Goblins survive as they
you
walk
can take
over.
that damage. Yeah. It's on to the right, and the main focus will be on one side of Graveyard.
Okay, Mega Knight comes down right at the back. That's going to help stop the Giant Skeleton in its tracks. There is the Graveyard. Oh, I thought it was going to jump onto a skeleton there. If that had happened, that might have been bad news bears for Expo Master, but the defense comes down. Poison effectively locking out that Graveyard here. Expo Master going down both sides. There is the Miner and the Skeleton Barrel. E-Wiz comes down and instantly deletes the Skeletons.
Unless there's a big misplay from Rad on that timing. I think he is good to go. He's still holding another spell. So, okay, Expo Master's attack has been neutralized many times. Okay, Miner's still chipping in some damage, but that's a lot less than what Graveyard can do.
Yeah, there's the Graveyard, and Mini P.E.K.K.A has to come down this
time.
No
poison.
No poison, because he's run out of Elixir. Puts down the bats. There is the Barbarian there, so some damage getting through. But is it going to be enough? There's 10 seconds remaining of normal time. Then we're going to get down into that sudden death period. The Skeleton Balloon is going to get the death damage. E-Wiz right on top. So a little bit more damage here for Expo Master. How is Rad going to break through? This is the thing. Is this going to stop the Giant Skeleton getting through?
Okay, Dark Goblin does stay on to the left. If it went to the right, that could have been really dangerous. Poison. Yeah, great tool in defense. Mega Knight still stays out of range.
Oh, it almost went down to the Baby Dragon before the jump, and that could have been real serious for Expo Master. Now he's got a Baby Dragon and quite a few Spear Goblins barreling down on this tower. The Baby Dragon is going to go down. Good use of the defensive Miner. Rad switches lanes, is throwing out the Giant Skeleton just to block it up, trying to stop damage coming through. But it's not going to work. There's the Baby Dragon. The E-Wiz played on the back this time. Poison from Expo Master played offensively. This means he's not going to be able to defend a Graveyard push if it comes.
Oh, Baby Dragon gets 2 shots onto the right tower, but the left is being more damaged by those spears.
Yeah, and we are now into that triple Elixir period. Tornado coming through. The Skeleton Barrel is going to land on top of everything and is going to get blocked up. No damage done, just the poison damage. But that Giant Skeleton Death Bomb does a lot. And here is the Graveyard and the Baby Dragon from Red. Is this going to be enough? The Dark Goblin is trying its hardest. It does go down. One scratch, just that. And the Miner actually completely dodges the Dark Prince here.
Leeches,
1-2-1
and with that poison will tick off. The defense is good enough for Expo. That will be it. First game does go to Expo Master. Switching lane for Red was a forced choice. It wasn't an option. Because he had to defend the right side, it was going down quickly. And he was running out of defensive options against the Skeleton Barrel, yes. But he kept on taking the death damage, which is important. And also the Miner was getting a free hit.
Yeah, there was one point where Rad had Giant Skeleton Baby Dragon barreling down on that right-hand side because he used it to defend. And he could have unloaded that Graveyard on the right-hand side to see if he could have got something done there because the left-hand side
did have less HP compared to the right on top.
But he had 2 huge tanks on that side.
It is
so
true,
the Graveyard could have got a lot of work done.
Yeah, that's why Expo Master was actually holding in his own poison. I think that was the key. If it was actually used, then he could have pushed. But Expo Master waited for that timing, which was smart.
All right, Baby Dragon went down. A couple of scratches there, but the Barb Barrel was pretty good. It did get quite a few of those skeletons on its way through. So right here, I think, is the push. There's the Tornado. Pulls that over. No, we're not going to see that. Okay, the Giant Skeleton. Yeah, look how much stuff is just there, and the death damage just whiffs into next to nothing. Miner comes down through the back. Last-ditch Graveyard, but that Dark Goblin tried its damnedest.
And also the bat behind that Baby Dragon. The Baby Dragon was supposed to attack all the gathered stuff along the tower so that it does splash damage, but that one bat. Yeah, 2 less shots from the Baby Dragon because of those bats. So really good use of those bats from Expo Master. Understanding what Rad wants to do in this matchup. Whew, the Graveyards.
Baby Dragon Giant Skeleton Graveyard is a deck I used, I want to say 3 or 4 months ago. It was kind of popular. It was knocking around Grand Challenges. I don't know how well it was doing in Grand Challenges at that time, but it was being played. It was a deck that was good. Don't know about now, though. I just think there's too many bodies being generated by the spawners that are so common right now.
Yeah, Graveyard, but over time, you're relying on the skeleton damage if it works, but most of the time, you do have that poison to become your win condition over time, basically. And that's usually what we saw from lots of 2v2 situation last season when we had 2v2. So, and talking about those graveyards, I think Expo Master is actually one of the opponents you do not want to use your graveyard because he does like to play Dark Goblin, one of the best counters against it.
And there's a lot. I mean, Rat had Tornado and did get to use it once against that Dark Goblin, but it's not the perfect answer that you want to see, right?
Yeah, only when you can catch the Dark Goblin, which is like behind the King Tower almost, and you're trying to grab everything together along with your Baby Dragon to maximize your Tornado use, which has to come together in a way. Maybe once in a game, maybe it doesn't happen.
Okay, game 2 between Rad for Ponos in blue and Expo Master for Fav in red at the top. What are we going to see here? This is match point now for Expo Master, who has played out of his skin today. He saved Fav Gaming at the beginning of Fav Gaming's day. He reverse swept Ponos, KK, Yakitori, and Rad. Jack fell down in the triple draft to Tengard. So it's up to Expo Master again to make a name for himself here. And he is so close. Expo Master throws down that balloon. The Heal Spirit isn't an Ice Spirit. It doesn't stop. And, okay, Rad's just letting that damage go through.
Yeah, in straight. I think he's got those piggies behind it too. But with a Musketeer. So certainly Rad had some changes to it.
Yeah, Rad letting that balloon get 2 drops on the tower. I mean, that's rough. He put down the Ice Golem and the P.E.K.K.A. the mini P.E.K.K.A. in front. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, with the starting hand, it was possible, but because he has already put down few cards, it was impossible to block it. There are the Huggies. So instead of the Magic Archer, it is the Musketeer.
Yeah, and the Valkyrie actually gets stuck at the bridge. Doesn't help out against the Hogs, but it doesn't matter. Mini P.E.K.K.A. though, 1. Mini P.E.K.K.A. 2. Is Mini P.E.K.K.A. gonna get 3?
3 shots! 11 HP left! Oh my goodness.
Well, if this wasn't a 2-crown game before, it most likely is gonna be this time. All right. Okay, there's the Hawks. That top left tower is gone. No need to try and defend there.
Yeah, that's 1 for 1 now. Who's gonna get the 2nd crown?
The Heal Spirit comes through. Doesn't really buy much time against an Inferno Dragon though.
Only for like 0.1 second when you get that much charge.
Good Tornado, and here's Expo Master's balloon. We do see the Ice Golem to drag the aggro, and then the balloon comes in, but look at the Miner. Couple of hits in here, the bombs go down. Heal Spirit again jumping in just to distract as long as possible. Hogs played in the pocket. Where's the NATO from Expo
Mini
Master?
P.E.K.K.A. locks onto the tower. The 2nd shot go through. That 2nd crown for Rad, and we are tied again, 1-1. The final game of the match. Full King of the Hill, full triple draft, full set 3. So in terms of tower damage for Rad, 98% done by the Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Play a hot deck. Your win condition is clearly the Mini P.E.K.K.A. I mean, oof. It's a hard matchup for Expo Master. Yeah, it was a good game.
There's Hunter at the beginning. I mean, the Hunter Musketeer, they were already gone out of Rad's hand. But once you got those to the control against those air unit, not too bad actually.
Yeah, once you get that cycle down, you can easily defend those balloons. I mean, just look at this. I guess that mini P.E.K.K.A. Golem was a good idea. It just didn't work out at that point. But look how much damage is going to get done relatively soon. Look at this mini P.E.K.K.A. here. Mini P.E.K.K.A.'s just like, all right, I got this. That's a giant pancake in front of me. 1, 2,
slash.
3, done.
Also, I like this play from Expo Master. Leaving that Princess Tower with 50 HP so that the King Tower is not activated, so his push can be actually stronger in a way. Just for the time being. Of course, it had to be down with a zap. But those kind of small plays can actually make a difference.
And then look at this mini P.E.K.K.A. again deciding that pancakes are on the menu.
Yeah, Valkyrie was slightly pushed from those fat piggies to the side, allowing that mini P.E.K.K.A. to lock onto the tower. Good game.
Good game indeed. So now both players are gonna be on match point. So the next winner will take everything. Rad played that one really well, but we all know mini P.E.K.K.A.s don't usually connect to the tower. And if they do, it's usually due to unforced error from the opponent.
Yeah, also, Expo Master had some tools to get those hogs out. First, he tried to activate the King Tower instead of using the Ice Wizard. Sort of how Lion did with his Expo deck.
Yeah.
How you just bring everything together towards the center, slow everything to buy that much time to deploy your Valkyrie or anything else in the ground trip. I believe Expo also had the E-Wizard, right?
Yes.
And the Ice Wizard together. So he could have had some more time, but because his balloon was able to do so much more damage, I think both players just went super aggressive and then without changing cycle. So without changing the cycle, the defensive troops were just not in their hands. All out.
Yeah. I mean, it was looking so bad at the beginning. That balloon got so much damage. And then mini P.E.K.K.A. out of nowhere connects onto the towers and just finishes it up. Well, whatever has happened has happened. It all comes down to this. Rad in blue at the bottom for Ponos, managing to take game 2 in this best of 3 set. But Expo Master, who took game 1 in pretty spectacular fashion, is in red at the top for FOV Gaming.
Expo Master lost his first 1v1 game. We'll see. He is already.
Expo Master did lose triple draft.
Oh yeah, only triple draft.
Yeah. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, does seem like a total different person in 2020.
Yeah, it's like he's reinvigorated. It's quite a sight to see.
What now?
Well, the emote game. Expo Master used to be really strong in his emote game. We haven't seen him do it since he's joined FOV.
Serious mode on.
It's getting real.
It was always real. It was never fake.
All right, 50 seconds until that double elixir period.
Okay.
If you're wondering what they're doing, they're gonna both have explosive pushes.
Yeah, we're waiting for the leaf to drop on the ground for that bullet fight.
What?
A draw. It's all about the draw.
What's the leaf on the ground thing?
It's when we have Clash Royale League East, we gotta talk about East things.
I'm so confused.
It's about the samurai things, but if you don't get it, it's okay.
I don't get it. It's not my kind of stuff. Okay, there is a barreling towards the tower and no response from Expo Master. There's the poison down on that goblin. Hut. E-Golem against Valkyrie. Now they're both going opposite sides. We've seen this before where Expo Master might just explode down this right-hand side and force everything here. And that is what's going to happen. Unfortunately, the Princess Tower actually locks onto the goblins, not the Valkyrie, but the Valkyrie's going to get there as well. The graveyard's here. The Valkyrie's here. So much damage getting done for Expo Master.
A lot of healing for that Elixir Golem, and the push is continuing. There's that log. somewhat of a tornado for that E-Dragon to continue its attack speed. Resets an Inferno, and that Elixir Golem actually doing quite a lot of damage with the healing.
Yeah, but the Valkyrie is there, and that is a
10 seconds.
Great answer. The bomb tower is here as well. So now it looks as though the defense may have shored up for Expo Master as he throws down that graveyard. 2 of the Elixir Blobs, though, get through beyond the Valkyrie, bringing him down to 8-6-3. And after a poison in the graveyard, it's down to 6-2-1 on Red's bottom right-hand tower. Pushes begin again, this time with no Elixir Golem, a naked graveyard. There's a poison defensively to try and hold this off, as the battle healer does get some damage in that Electro Dragon.
Skeletons actually connecting the damage, so down to 269. That's super low. With another poison plus log, we'll finish the game for Expo Master. Rad needs a big push right now on the left, but the bomb tower is buying too much time.
And there's the log. The good game comes out as the tower goes down. Fav Gaming's Expo Master taking game 3. Fav Gaming take Ponos. Ponos with a 0-2 record so far. Fav Gaming joining the 2-1 club.
Expo Master saving the team twice. Big comeback linking up the hill and saves the day once again in set 3-1v1 best of 3 against Rad. I think it's a day for him to go out and celebrate. It will be a pretty nice day right now.
He deserves
9 p.m. in Japan time right now. Yeah, it's got to be a big night, a meat night.
I mean, if the rest of Fav Gaming are not massaging Expo Master's feet tonight after this game, I don't know what to tell you, but we will be back after a relatively short break with our final game of the night.
TTG Talon. It's coming very soon. And
Nova
that
TTG. It's Nova, right?
Oh, yes. I was mistaken. Nova
and TTG will be up relatively shortly. We'll be back after this short break.
And welcome back. We have match 3. Excuse me. We have Nova Esports and Team Timing. It's been a long day and some crazy matchups happening, and especially like in the triple draft and like full long set matches. We've been waiting. This is a special season. It's almost like a party mode. Of except for that 1v1, except for that infinite in fact, except for that never mind, it's 1v1. It's not party mode. I'm taking out everything that I know from the party mode, and it's
Bandit Dash, Wall Breaker Challenge. You know, there's a lot there. Okay, we got to talk about this. Nova Esports versus Team Timing. Nova Esports 1-1. They won one game last week, I believe, against Talon.
Yes.
Lost to Kicks yesterday. Team Timing is now their opponent. Have Nova had enough time to rebuild Little Chen after he was basically shattered to pieces by Ice Law yesterday?
You're really about Little Chen. I think he
Dude, he was
played,
so rocked.
Last week, yes.
Yesterday he was so rocked. I think he'll be fine today.
I think he'll be fine today, and I don't think his last game was super bad, to be honest. He had some counter cards. There were moments where he could have saved up some elixir. It felt like he was rushing his play. I do remember that moment because it was after the break of the King of the Hill match where he just lost for the team, and that could have been a pressure.
There was also that one part where, like, the final game, didn't he just take his headset off with, like, 15, 20 seconds left of the game?
Well, sometimes you know.
Sometimes you know. Sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you very much know. Even before a minute from... Yes. So, I think he really felt it. Well, let's see what he brings, though. If he actually comes out. Or technically, in this format, a single player can actually start and finish the match if you win all of the games in King of the Hill and also win triple draft.
Yeah, it is possible. But look at this. Team Timing have the advantage in both triple draft and the final 1v1 because Nova have not got there yet.
Oh, Sado's finger is a little lower. It needs to get up there.
Maybe that's where Sado's mouth is. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Team contribution rate 66.7. If I remember what that stat means, I'm gonna quickly. Team contribution rate.
2 out of 3.
Percentage of winning sets won by a single player in his or her team. So he's won the most sets out of his team.
So it's about the finishing game, right? The set finishes. Okay, the roster, you all know, B-King, LCOP, Aurora, Little Chen, 4 team members. Well, only 4 you would say, but strong individuals, as we all know it. Had a really big upset result against Kicks. I mean, that was one of the best so far, I think.
Yep, and we see Team Timing here. Nuri, Sado, Greed, and Haruki. Yes, this team does lean heavily on Sado, but there's also a lot of pressure on Nuri to perform as well. And right now, he's just not doing it. Yes, he did close out against Talon, but he's not the greatest. He's had some bad matchups. He's lost to Jack, he lost to AUK, he has lost to Line in the King of the Hill. So there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And there is B-King up first for Nova. And on Team Timing, who is it going to be? It is Sado.
Okay. Yeah. Most of the time it was Nuri starting and Sado Greed, I believe, in order. I think Nuri will still play in lots of 1v1 in King of the Hill and also in third set if we go there. But Sado starts, so they're changing up a little bit.
63.64% win rate after 11 games. Sado proving that he deserved to be on this team. There were a few people who were like, maybe the time of Sado is over, but no. Sado is doing incredibly well. He has beaten Hitashian, Line, and Blizzard And then in Triple Draft, actually, he has also beaten Expo Master and Blizzard again. So he has a list, he has a wall of trophies with all the heads of the nerds that he has slaughtered. But we're gonna have to wait. B-King though, B-King beat Line, beat Onion, beat Benzaridel, and then lost to Icelaw when Icelaw reversed, practically reverse sweep Nova.
Yeah, B-King did bring the Hog Rider Valkyrie deck with the Earthquake. Let's see if he uses that again. And then he again had the cycle with the Spellbait, the Rascal Miner Princess.
Yep, so Sado does like that Mega Knight Ram, but these are before the Sparky emote going off as we have identical cards coming out so far.
More hogs, I feel.
Well, as you say, there it is, and a giant skeleton from Sado, the Electro Wizard, does slow things down slightly and does get the activation from that Firecracker. The giant skeleton. It's like they both read each other's deck lists for today.
I think they were concerned about the E-Golem deck, so having that giant skeleton certainly a great tool, and this death damage will basically get both of them out.
And then another bomb just slows us down a little bit from the next set of cards playing, but it doesn't matter. B-King basically holding off. He does have a little bit of an advantage. He has managed to get a hog through. So it's 1679 and a Royal Giant from Sado. That is a big, big difference. And it doesn't look like there's a building from B-King. So he's going to have to eat one shot there. Good mini P.E.K.K.A. and the Firecracker in the back actually.
Ooh, also reaching the Princess Tower just a little bit. Extra damage.
Yeah.
Which isn't too bad. RG, without the building, it's a giant skeleton instead. But with that Firecracker plus the Hog Rider, I think B-King actually controls the pace.
Considerably more than Sado at this point. Log comes in. Is this mini P.E.K.K.A. going to get onto the tower? The log says no. B-King closing it up there. Firecracker Blade behind the King Tower again for both players. There's the giant skeleton. It's going to get met with another giant skeleton. Then the Hog Rider's going to come in.
No, it takes too much time to get through those two giants. Yeah, without that, maybe it could have reached the tower, but still no damage.
Yep, this is all going to get cleaned up right there. Electro Wizard played at the back for Sado to try and slow things down slightly. And there is your Royal Giant, the mini P.E.K.K.A. gets 1, 2 hits against that Royal Giant. The Royal Giant just only got 1. Good mini P.E.K.K.A. placement again.
Hog one more because of the slow from the Earthquake. Nicely done from B-King. Timed that really well.
Yeah, advantage is heavily on B-King's side right now, but there are very few seconds left of regular time. We're down to sudden death. And either of these players can just make a push that just destroys his
Firecracker
opponent.
from Sado. Reading where the Spirit Goblins are going to be placed exactly.
Clean that up. Death damage. Oh! It actually, the death damage connecting to the Hog Rider, that can be big!
Yeah, and the mini P.E.K.K.A. because of that way too late RG connecting. Okay, 2 shots.
Will
okay,
this mini P.E.K.K.A. get onto the tower?
Low on elixir.
It is! That's it! Sado takes B-King. B-King was all over that one misplay at the end by putting the Hog Rider in the giant skeleton death damage. And Sado capitalized perfectly there. That one mistake cost B-King the game.
All right, I think we need to see that replay at the end. And without that damage, I think even though mini P.E.K.K.A. is there, Hog Rider still does get 1.
Okay, so the mini P.E.K.K.A. to the Royal Giant is really good. That Hog Rider sneaks through. Mini P.E.K.K.A. plays perfectly. The slow is there. Hog Rider gets 1 hit.
Yeah, 244.
Damn.
Yeah, 1 Hog Rider hit does finish the game. Yeah, without that death damage,
Without the death damage, B-King would have won this.
So, if I want to... So, me trying to go into B-King's head, because you know the mini P.E.K.K.A is coming down, he was trying to rush it so that the Hog Rider goes earlier than the mini P.E.K.K.A's deployment time. But he wasn't really thinking about the death damage because of that. So thinking too many at the same time caused him some confusion right there.
Could have been that maybe he mistakenly thought it was his own giant skeleton as well, since it's not color coded, right?
Yeah, it's not color coded, but his giant skeleton went down. Yeah, went down like long time ago.
But I mean, in the moment, it's a possibility because you wouldn't expect someone to play a Hog Rider in that death damage. And we do have
LC up.
LC up coming to try and rescue Nova's day here.
Ooh. What a start for Team Timing, taking down Vikings. Big Hog deck. We're having lots of close games. Just one Hog Rider hit away, one tick of a spell away from winning or losing the game. That's been a hell of a ride today.
Well, that perfectly encapsulates Clash Royale. You could be winning and winning and winning, and one mistake just loses you the game.
Or you could be having one heck of a game where you're winning the entire thing, and then you never get a phone call in your life, and then the one game you're winning, you get a message or a phone call from your grandma, and then you say, "Why now?"
Is
and
that is that your excuse for our warm-up games earlier when you did get a call when I was already destroying you?
Why don't you get a call when you're destroying me?
There's this magical button called airplane mode and Wi-Fi.
Yeah, all the players are supposed to be on airplane mode, only on
too.
Wi-Fi.
That's why nobody phones me.
Well, you don't need to be on airplane mode.
I have to be. I don't want to get interrupted while I'm playing Clash
That's
Royale.
why I usually have a second device for Clash Royale only, and which works fine. It's an older phone, but no lag whatsoever. It works perfectly fine.
Okay, LC up. Has played Royal Hogs, has played Wall Breakers, has played Graveyard.
Yeah, he switches a lot.
Yeah. Is he going to play?
He plays the Wall Breaker cycle with spell baits. He's basically all the meta decks, except for Royal Hogs, I think.
He played Royal Hogs. He played the Earthquake Hunter, Magic Archer, Royal Hogs against Talon.
Oh, yes, he did. I was talking about the Three Musketeer version of that Royal Hog. Except for that version, I think played one of each. What's hot in the meta right now, but we were somewhat expecting LCOP using the Magic Archer, but none after the patch. We have seen none except for Triple Draft, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes. So that, targeting nerf in distance. That actually, put the Magic Archer down.
Yeah,
which is
it's
a
done
big
it
surprise.
before though. I remember last time they did that, and Magic Archer was nerfed out of existence. Nobody used it. Okay, LC Up has been on the Clash Royale scene since the dawn of time, when E-Barbs were considered OP, and the Night Witch was ridiculous. Right?
Yeah, there were lots
LC Up
of...
has been here since beta.
Or even, maybe he was... No,
he was a developer. He was
yeah,
playing.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
He was playing on stone tablets
he
back
was
at the dawn of time.
Moving each stones at a time. Yeah, before electricity was invented.
I mean, LCOP's younger than both of us. All right, here we go. Sado in red at the top of your screen. One up in this King of the Hill. Nova LC up in blue at the bottom. Has to try and steer the Nova ship in the right direction.
Ooh, another hog from Elsiop? Oh, with the skeletons. Might be a faster cycle with Firecracker.
There's a mini P.E.K.K.A. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't want to reveal his win condition for the baby dragon yet.
Interesting that we haven't seen the skeleton barrel yet. Like, that card has been so popular. Good tornado by Sado to activate his King Tower. Ice Wiz slowing things down. Firecracker already very slow on the attack. Once slowed, basically grinds to an absolute halt.
Yeah, with that King Tower activated, Sado's okay. And when he has a chance, Yard should be coming soon enough, but Because the hog was onto the left last time, didn't have a best time.
Yeah, Elsiop looks a little shook.
Oh, I got one problem wrong on the test.
I took some damage. Man.
I got 95 out of 96.
There goes my flawless victory bonus out the window.
Like, we're sort of making jokes, but he's really good. That's why.
Okay.
Like, no offense. He's too good.
He is too good. Sometimes you just have to talk the best player down just to give other people a chance. But we saw that the gods do in fact bleed in this game when Elsiop lost yesterday. But that Hog Rider, perfect timing. Tornado comes in. There is the Earthquake, slowing everything down. It didn't even get a hit. Elsiop invested a lot into that push, and nothing getting done there.
And the bats taking care of Baby Dragon after it locks into the Ice Golem. Nice play. That Earthquake, yeah, keeping everything in order.
Oh, and a Graveyard coming down.
We knew it was coming.
The Firecracker. But the Firecracker doesn't actually target any of the skeletons.
Yeah, goes down to the skeletons. He uses skeleton on his own. Also attaches a few.
Look at the damage getting done. 1450 remain.
Not too happy.
As he shouldn't be.
Yeah, Firecracker is
not good at defending.
It's a flipping coin basically against the skeletons. Sometimes it ends up not firing at all.
Here's the thing, what else does he have against it? You're not going to play a mini Pecker against the Graveyard.
Skeletons against skeletons.
Yeah, but Baby Dragon here in front. The Ice Wizard's going to survive. The bats come down. There is a Hog Rider from Elsiop.
EQ ready.
One hit this time. That feels like it's the first time Elsiop has managed to get that Hog Rider through. Naked Graveyard coming through.
Mini P.E.K.K.A against the Graveyard. Like, okay, yes.
It didn't do too bad. It did better than the Firecracker, but
it still is soaking the damage, so not bad. That's not what you really want to use against it, you know?
Especially when this bomb tower comes down into mini P.E.K.K.A connects, though. That Hog Rider is going to get through pretty healthy. The slow, though, from the Ice Wizard. Making sure nothing comes of that good tornado. Oh my, Sato is playing on another level. There's the Graveyard. Does he have anything to defend? He does. He has the bomb tower back in cycle against the Hog. So the Graveyard getting some damage done to the tower. 765 remain. Elsiop just has not been able to push. But now we're down to the triple elixir time. This is where Elsiop can just start throwing these Hog Riders in and hoping for the best. Tornado coming in. There is one hit.
Okay, even with
one hit.
Even with the slow one hit, that's good enough. Oh, that poison. Making sure Sato gets rid of that Firecracker. I think that's on top of his priority list right now. And then it's the Graveyard time.
Yeah, and the Ice Wizard coming through, and Elsiop knows it is over. The tower goes down here, and Sato takes game number 2.
What is happening in this world?
It's down to Little Chen again. All right, Sato playing unreal Clash Royale right now. 2 games, 1. He can close out this King of the Hill 4-team timing. His shutdowns of those hogs was perfect every time.
I'm talking. Like, some of these players, their tornadoes are too good.
The Ice Wizard
way too good.
Oh man. Just defense, defense, defense. This Ice Wizard tries to cross the bridge. Unfortunately, P.E.K.K.A is there, but the Baby Dragon is tanking up. It is answered by the bats, but look at the damage these skeletons get through. Couple left over in the back, 1234 there.
Yeah, that
good tornado. Beautiful tornado. And you can see that Elsiop starts to get a little bit shook. Does throw down that hog. There is the bomb tower. Now, going into the triple elixir time is where the hog player should be throwing everything and the kitchen sink at that tower. And unfortunately, he just was not able to do so. Sato, man, I have not seen Sato play this well in a very, very long time.
So Korean teams doing really, really well with those tornado uses today. I think they can use a lot more, especially with that graveyard. Ice Wizard paired up with the graveyard, paired up with the Expo. It has lots of potential in a lot of those somewhat slow control decks, which doesn't really happen too many times, but because we're seeing a lot more Valkyrie, a lot more Hog Rider, I think it's the right time to have that many tornadoes.
Okay, and as predicted, Little Chen is the final player. Okay, Little Chen against Sado here. It's going to be a match. Sado, Little Chen is a great player. I say that he got shook yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he should be back.
After that many tornadoes, well, Isla was able to bring Royal Hog on his own and break it with the mini P.E.K.K.A. What do you think you should actually think about when you have that many tornado? I think one of the big spell that we were forgetting yesterday was actually the tornado just dragging lots of small skeletons, bats, and everything together, and it actually removes most of those small links. It doesn't damage the tower, but that's what you get from it.
Yeah, but if not, then the Baby Dragon will clean everything up anyway, because Baby Dragon is so prevalent in Clash Royale right now, especially in this league. We see more Baby Dragon, I believe, than any other card. It's definitely up there.
Is that the most popular card? Is it Baby Dragon or the Bar Barrel?
Bar Barrel would be considered a spell, so they're in different categories. I feel like Baby Dragon...
Is it Baby Dragon? I think...
It was right at the beginning of the cast a very long time ago, and I forgot. But I think Baby Dragon is one of the most popular cards.
Yes.
It's definitely top 3. Because it seems to be in every deck. I write down all the decks because if I write down things, I tend to remember them a little bit better. So I have lists and lists of decks.
And we can also cheat on it.
and yeah.
And we get the deck list. And it's usually... Oh, what's... More than the Miner, for sure. Because Miner does go in and out.
Baby Dragon fits in so many different archetypes, and with the prevalence of bats, skeletons, and spear goblins right now, Baby Dragon is a very good answer to those. So we do see Baby Dragon a lot, and especially with Graveyard being as popular as it is, Baby Dragon is a good tank for your Graveyard to come in.
So is that your valid opinion to Supercell of saying we need changes to Baby Dragon?
No, I think Baby Dragon, I think the issue is there's not enough cards that interfere in that design space.
Yeah, I think Musketeer is a good counter, but the role that it serves, it has a unique spot where it can basically blend in so well. It's like Avocado.
It's the only air splasher. So, I mean, in its design space, there's not a lot of competition. That's why it's so popular. And it has a big body, and it can push forward, deals with, like, all the swarm units, and Baby Dragon isn't OP, it just has no competition.
Yes. We'll see if the Wizard gets any change. Maybe it will be a big counter to Baby Dragon. Who knows?
Give it a shield. That's a wizard. Let's see, mage armor. Okay, Miner caught out by the mini P.E.K.K.A. Sado reading Little Chen like a book.
Yeah, of course he played that many tornadoes. That had to be the spot to begin with. And a Sparky time.
All right, so this could be Sparky Goblin Giant Balloon coming down the other side, though. Minions are there. Is there arrows from Little Chen? The answer is no. There is the Dark Prince in the front. Bomb tower coming from Little Chen. Sparky don't care about that. Sparky's gonna go for the tower!
Again?
Sparky deciding the bomb tower just was not worth it, and look at Little Chen's face!
It was pushed from the log, and it was just out of range from... It was almost catching on to it. And then the Dark Prince was removing that bomb tower. The key. Sado getting a big hit.
Balloon coming down with the Miner. Sado's just letting it go. Doesn't have the elixir to defend this time. The minions are there. But I think Sado's top left tower is gonna get taken down. 6:02 remaining, but the Ewiz and the Goblin Giant here probably will do a little bit more okay. Lil Chen was not looking happy after that first engagement, but now he's turned it on its head. He is back. He's made a statement. Sado, you misplaced one thing, and I am going to counter you so hard that you're going to wake up tomorrow still feeling that tower loss.
Yeah, that's the moment you find the hole with that balloon, and you have the snowball to push those around. Another good guess by Sado.
Good mini P.E.K.K.A placement.
So the thing is, from Little Chen, he has some defensive troops and building, but there's that EQ. And the important thing is there's nothing that can zap and stop that Sparky.
Nothing at all. Is it going to connect? Takes out the Ice Golem. There is another bomb tower, but the Dark Prince is going to help take it out. The tower goes down to the Spear Goblins on the back of that Goblin Giant, and now it is tower down. Little Chen needs to be able to finish that tower. 190. There is 15 seconds remaining. There is the miner. Good snowball, but not enough.
It pushes it into the miner onto the left side. So a few more damage. I think one more snowball is required now, but miner gets no hit because of the Sparky.
Sado.
What?
All kills!
What's happening to Nova Esports?
It's all come tumbling down.
The first 3-0 of King of the Hill for the season.
And it goes to Sado. Sado with the all kill.
This profile picture is actually getting a little scary for me.
Yeah, it's like, I've wrote your name down in the old Death Note. I'm going to be able to read you like an absolute book. Okay, so that balloon shut down. No, not even the death damage connects, right? Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, so let's look at this replay. Okay,
it
push the
pushed it
further
too
to the
far.
right. And then Dark Prince actually finished. Yeah, it was locked onto the tower already.
Yeah. So this here, this is the one mistake I think Sado had. And it's not even a mistake. This is just the one punish that Little Chen was able to do. Gets the balloon and the miner to the tower. 2 drops and death damage.
Yeah, 2 drops because one of the minion was actually locked onto the miner instead of the balloon after the push. So lots of small things allowing those big hits to connect to the tower.
Yeah, the E-Wiz from Sado resetting the miner, making sure no damage was done. And Sado's last card was arrows. Little Chen could have been more creative and opened more opportunities with that miner if he ever found that out. Sado holding the arrows was a genius move. Little Chen was probably thinking, it's a tornado. I have one spot every time for my miner. Sado's like, I got mini P.E.K.K.A. I'm going to shut that down. I'm holding arrows and I'm pretending it's a tornado.
Yeah, great mind games there. Even without the Ice Wizard, because with the Sparky, Tornado is actually has a pretty good chance. You want to gather everything for that one big splash damage. You don't care if the Sparky doesn't reach the tower. If you get that damage done, that's sometimes worth the Sparky.
Yeah.
Elixir, and your damage does go in with that Goblin Giant from time to time. So, yeah, brilliant move. Also bringing that arrow, like that creativity on top of that.
So, would Little Chen have possibly known that? So after that first push, where the miner, Little Chen's first proper push with the miner balloon, surely he would have been like, if Sado's holding the tornado, he would have used it in this push, but he didn't have the elixir for it. So he left it, but then played the minions, where tornado may have been better in that spot. So maybe Little Chen knew it wasn't a tornado, but then that doesn't explain why he was always putting it in the same spot.
It had to be in the back of his head all the time, so that's why he couldn't really choose any other. You have to go to China and ask him in Chinese.
I think that's what I'll do. Okay, moving on. It is triple draft.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now, Little Chen has been the triple draft player for Nova. He's played a few games. do you think he's going to come out tonight after what happened last night?
I think
the repeat of today?
So for the roster, for the active roster for the day, this is what I think if I'm the coach. I think you think about your King of the Hill, and you choose your 1v1 player first. And then who's not playing 1v1, you choose from that option.
So you would put probably Elsie up in the 1v1, and then you have a choice between B King and Little Chen in the King of the Hill?
Most likely. Yeah, most likely. And also you can also switch from the rulebook. I know that you can also switch your 1v1 player before the end of set 1. And that, of course, that player cannot overlap with set 2 triple draft player.
And it is Nova's Little Chen coming out in the triple draft here. And it's Sado looking for more blood. Will he be the first player
I know
to close us off in 2 sets without dropping? Look at that. Look at the win differential right now. +6. And I don't even think... No, that includes today's games, I
think
believe.
so, yes, because it went up.
Yeah. 71%.
The win rate went up.
Sado with a 71.4% win rate. 14 games played. Deck distribution. Look at that. He likes that 3.5 to 4.0. Doesn't really like anything higher or lower than that. Like 90% of his decks. Little Chen, though, kind of tries to play everything, but 3.5 to 4.0 is a lot of players.
I think that comes from the average elixir of the deck,
that they're
not
playing.
individual cards. Oh, this is crazy. Sado might be the first player to finish with a single player match win.
But Little Chen is no slouch.
Of course.
He is a good player. You have to be a good player to be on these teams. And then to be on Nova, you have to be the best of the best.
Yeah. They also have a separate clan. Their second division, and also there used to be 2 separate second divisions. Now, from what I know, there's a second division, only one of them.
It's probably a 3rd and 4th division somewhere.
I'm pretty sure.
Plus all those people in like the 4,000 range who call themselves like Nova Legend. It's like, going back a bit too far there, buddy.
Hey, I've won against Supercell yesterday.
So far, Furnace, Night Witch, Goblin Gang.
Okay, has to be a heavy push or an Elixir Golem.
Yeah, I like this push so far from Sado with the Baby Dragon as well. And the Baby Dragon going to the tower here. Okay.
Yeah, so was that Fireball a little too early, and was that arrow a little too early?
It looks like it is the Goblin Gang help cleaning up. The Mega Minion is going to link to the tower. It's all going wrong for Little Chen.
This triple draft suddenly turned on its head. Sado's perfect. Did not take a single damage yet.
I want to know what Little Chen's draft was like, because what I'm seeing right now, he's picking, it looks like the best cards in that slot without any consideration of like the synergy between the cards.
I think, yeah Flying Machine, Fireball, if it's his choice, yes. If you have it together, Flying Machine is always a great tool.
Yeah, and
okay, Graveyard.
It's heavily recommended from the Chinese teams actually to get that Bandit, to get a Flying Machine, especially if you can get that Fireball and Flying Machine. So I mean, has he just picked the best card instead of the best card for A, the matchup, and B, his deck?
There's not enough body for the Graveyard, and there are lots of heavy defending tools from Sado, so Graveyard might be... Yeah, that win condition is not going to be affecting him too well. Okay, arrows.
Guards good on the defense. Bats coming through. Sado looks like this is all wrapped up. What else could he have chosen?
Yeah, he has got a big spell left, but I don't think that's even needed.
It's not going to be useful either, is it, at this point of the game?
Yeah, lightning, a perfect spell for the situation. This is disaster for Little Chen.
Little Chen. I'm feeling so bad for him right now.
Bandit, Lightning, E, Wizard. Beam, gone.
All right. So Sado can make history.
One game away from 5-0 victory.
Team Sado versus Nova Esports today. I gotta question that draft. What? Okay, so the anti-tank, that
yeah, other than
grouping-
Tesla.
Other than Tesla contains Cannon, Bomb Tower, Inferno Tower, Barbarians, Mini P.E.K.K.A, Lumberjack, P.E.K.K.A, Barb Hut.
I think if he had any kind of hut, he would have taken hut because maybe the hut, I'm pretty sure he got anti-tank before his graveyard, the win condition card.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like there was less synergy, which means that the order had to be wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that. The arrows came down far too soon, as you were saying. And I mean, he just couldn't get anything together. And then we literally saw 2 minutes,
disappear.
2.5 minutes of no damage connecting to a tower.
Even with a graveyard.
Even with a graveyard, 2.5 minutes
Of course,
no
there's
damage.
no poison, but still, graveyard usually does some damage.
But neither player damaged the tower again. Neither player hit the tower after one push from Sado.
Okay, this is getting serious, man.
Oh,
Team Sado.
Oh, what is... I really need to see that draft because those cards just... It's the best card in each category, but there's no synergy between it. Maybe the only thing I would say is the anti-tank part with the Tesla wouldn't be the best, but Graveyard is probably better than most of the cards in
Maybe the other
Wincon.
choices were like Inferno and like Barbarians or something.
But he would have had a choice.
Or Cannon?
He could have had all three. He could have had 3 spirits instead of the guards. So he could have had Heal Spirit, Ice Spirit,
Something
and the guards.
something smaller. But because when you have the graveyard, you need some... Yeah, instead of those spirits, usually when you kind of know the other cards, we don't know the order, so we're just talking in theory all the time. So if you have Ewiz, Bandit, which is not a good body for the graveyard, you have to go for something else, some more damage. And guards, actually, they survive for a pretty good time against the Princess Tower itself.
Yeah, 3 hits, right?
No,
1,
the guards,
2,
yeah, on
3.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, and
But then, by the time that one's dead, there's
Yeah, there are
probably,
3,
it's
so-
probably attacking another skeleton from the graveyard.
yeah, but even with that, your guards actually reach the tower and they do some damage.
So here's the thing. In Triple Draft, we've seen decks that have Harmony. We've seen decks that, even if they don't, you can kind of understand the drafts with it. I think this is the first Triple Draft, especially this week, a little bit maybe last week.
Yeah, one of the weakest.
I wouldn't even say it's the weak. It's the most disconcordant. It's the one that doesn't have anything in common, but each card is a really good pick. It's just not a good pick together.
Of course. Just like all the other cards. Yeah, but sometimes this is the moment where you think about either you thought about too many things or what you thought just did not really come out and synergize towards the end of your deck building.
All right, so we're going to get into this again. Nova, Little Chen in blue at the bottom really needs a win now because he is basically, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games without a win in a row right now.
See Earthquake against the Furnace.
Picks the log this time. It looks like he's got a much more solid draft based on the first 2 cards.
For both.
At least there's synergy there.
Yeah, and a Wizard. So far, 0% win rate in Triple Draft and 1v1.
I think it won yesterday. I think there was one Wizard
In Triple
that won.
Draft?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
Maybe that was in my dreams because I've been dreaming a lot of Clash Royale recently. Oh, okay.
You've been casting a little too many, my friend.
So he does have a lot of synergy this time
the
in
cannon
the
push.
draft. The Royal Giant is shut down. Not even one hit. The cannon cart didn't even get through.
And Wizard actually got the barrel down on himself. Not getting those skeletons. So a great defensive mechanic from Sado using that scalp arrow.
Okay, the furnace comes out. There's the earthquake. And neither Fire Spirit getting damage in. We're going to summon one or two more. There we go. Snowball just to shut the door on the furnace's face and make sure nothing gets through. And it's Tombstone coming down here against the Tesla. Skeleton Barrel coming down on that left-hand side. Wizard is played really far back, but
still will take some damage from the skeletons. And depends on how they spread from time to time. It takes 2 shot or 3 shot.
Musketeer played at the back. There is the RG. How's he going to deal with it this time? The Night Witch comes out to try and deal with the Wizard. The Bats do manage to do it. The Mega Minion closing it down. Does take quite a bit of damage from that Royal Giant. Earthquake comes down, is going to take out the Furnace before the Fire Spirits come out.
Nice Wizard.
And the Wizard blocks everything, but still, Sado has the damage advantage right now.
And what's Sado's win condition? We haven't seen the win condition card that's being held for such a long time already.
It's going to be Golem. Okay, Night Witch comes in.
It seems very likely. It has to be something heavy that we have not seen. It's like a giant or a golem.
It's a giant? Okay. Now this changes a lot because there are 3 technically buildings in Little Chen's deck. You've got the Tombstone, you've got the Furnace, and you've got the card. So there's a lot of distractions for that giant. So it's going to be very hard to push through. I think Sado realized that he didn't want to play it too much. Skeleton Barrel comes down from the back. Night Witch is there. The Wizard goes down to the tower. Is the giant going to be there in time? Yes, it is.
Earthquake.
Earthquake, I think he wants to wait for the Furnace. No, comes down right now. The issue is if those skeletons take out...
Wizard actually serving his purpose. Worth getting his 5 elixir value right there.
Well, the thing is, against that cannon card, you kind of don't want the Skeleton Barrel because the Skeleton Barrel is going to drop and then take out the cannon card, knocking it into that defensive phase, which distracts the giant.
Little Chen has technically 2.5 buildings. Great fireball catching Musketeer plus the Witch on the back.
See that? I think the giant might have got another hit, would have got 1 hit maybe in there if it didn't turn to the cannon card. So the cannon card is proving to be very useful against this giant. The Royal Giant, however, is going to break through 1 shot. That's all he gets. Now Little Chen has the advantage. It is now triple elixir. The Skeleton Barrel isn't going to make it to the tower. But Snowball on the Wizard. Musketeer was trying to do what it could. 1 punch from the giant.
Does get that down.
Okay, can Sado defend? He has a slightly Tesla right at the front. The giant's going to push it through. Excellent defense here. The giant just trying to act as a body. Fireball comes in.
It's nasty.
So much damage, but look now, the giant is there to tank for 2 Musketeers. I think this might be it.
Oh, the log!
The log misses!
And the fireball has to come down, but the punches, it's a little too strong. Sado might have done it 5 games in a row with an earthquake. That's going to be game and team timing.
Little Chen is tilted. He had that all wrapped up in a nice thing. And again, it happened with Little Chen where he's taking his headset off.
He had to because of those 2 Musketeers. He had to use some kind of spell to bring those down. He couldn't wait for the time of that Skeleton Barrel dropping.
But there's this play to the whistle, man. Play to the whistle.
And Sado has done it 5 games in a row. King of the Hill, triple draft, alum by himself. Brought down Nova Esports.
Wow.
This match is going down in history.
Yeah, Sado takes out Beaking, then takes out Elsia, then takes out Little Chen, and then takes out Little Chen back to back in 2 more games, finishing in 5 games here. Absolutely nuts.
For the viewers watching it live, you are here.
Okay, so the giant is like, Little Chen was doing a really good job of distracting.
Yeah, he removed that death damage from that furnace pool, which I thought was great. And until this moment, it looked okay.
Yeah, he had a little bit of an advantage. One punch, no
That's still
need
okay.
to panic. Royal Giant comes in.
But this snowball was crazy. It pulls it into Tesla range. One of the wizard.
Yeah. And then changes. Okay, that's shut down. That was a great fireball. The only thing you could say bad about that is it didn't catch the Night Witch early enough. Now this furnace is here. It goes down instantly. The log came out too soon, but it had to. And then fireballing the skeletons, he took a couple
Yeah, I think
more
you're
hits.
right. I think Log could have been down like a second after.
He could have held it.
Yeah, I think for less damage, but he's still at less damage and then used the fireball to attack
Yeah, he could have started a fireball cycle.
because he was ticking down on time. And then if you chip in fireball damage, maybe there was a chance. But still, the giant was a little too healthy.
Man. If anyone...
So out of options there for Little Chen. Sado, maximum
I want to give him
push.
a hug, man. I want to give Little Chen a hug.
You don't have to give me a hug.
You're not Little Chen, dude. Okay, so Nova Esports is bleeding right now. Team Timing is actually on the up. This is turning out to be a definitely closer league than many people were expecting. I think a lot of us were expecting Nova, WED, GM, and TTG to be running away with the league in the early stages, and that's not happening. And Nova is the one Chinese team actually letting the side down.
Yep, at the beginning of this week, it was China on top, Japan, and then
Korea.
Southeast Asia, and then Korea at the bottom.
Yep.
Not too many matches, 2 to 3. And now things are beginning to mix, flop in the middle. This is a special season for a reason,
Yeah, and
it's great.
And don't forget, every team will make it to the playoffs. It just depends if you have 1 life or 2. So even if you have a bad season, you could still pull it off in the playoffs. And we do like those underdog stories.
Only the top 4 gets 2 lives. That double elimination for those 4 teams. The bottom 4, if they lose 1, they're out.
Yeah.
And the prize is pretty big. Lots of money. Here are the results.
So
what a day.
What a day. First game, Talon 1, Kicks 2. Second game, Ponos 1, Valve Gaming 2. And in the third game, Nova 0.
So updated standings. TT Gaming right below on the same
Team
mark.
Timing, 2 and 2.
And Fav right in there. Team Timing went up to number 5 now.
Yeah, just the game differential separate second and third place right now. Team Timing have played 4 games. They've played the most, and they're sitting 5th at 2 and 2. Then Nova Esports at 6th. Someone's made a mistake on this table, surely. -4 game differential.
And also, Ponos and Talon on the bottom, they need to really step up their games. Only 7 matches in total. Next week, oh man, Ponos Nova, both teams needing a desperate win. Might be the first win for Ponos, or Nova strike back at the beginning of next week. We have lots of crazy matches. Which one do you catch your eyes right now?
Probably Team Timing, WEDGM. Team Timing are on a bit of a bounce right now. And then you got TT Gaming and Talon on the same day. That's a nuts day. Then you got Talon, Ponos, Nova Esports, TT Gaming, and Valve Gaming versus Kick.
Too many great matches. Like
those last 2, Nova Esports, TT, Valve, Kicks. Oh my god!
Yes,
that's gonna be dope.
Match 17.
Match 17 is so
That's
important.
hot pot right there. Wow.
What a
Next
day.
week. What a day, and this will only get better. I mean, this was only less than a week into the new patch. What are we going to have after 5 more days of everything being figured out in the top ladder?
I'll tell you what we won't see. We will not see an E-Barb deck in professional game. That's not in Triple
And so
Draft.
far after the change, no Magic Archer whatsoever. Except for 1 triple draft game.
Yep. Magic Archer.
Uh-huh.
He came back from the dead once. Will he be able to do it again? Well,
And so far, a lot more Hog Riders. Yes, that's been a thing. yesterday and today. Will that continue in trend? I think that's another thing that we have to see.
And will we start seeing people who normally would play the Hog replace it with a Ram Rider?
Oh, bridge spam.
Bridge spam is back,
Will
baby!
they come back? All right, you can close.
I can close.
Yes.
Oh, thank
Go
you very
ahead.
much. Guys, thank you for joining us for an absolutely crazy day of Clash Royale League East Special Season. We'll be back next week, next Saturday, with 3 more epic games. I've been Simon, he's been G-Clef, and we'll see you all next time.